Formamos una carta. Ahí. Se ve bien. Well,
So I was saying before, Alegría, de la Universidad de Barcelona. They are going to explain us a very interesting place called Santa Fe de Ángeles, excavating 5-6 years ago, maybe.
no. 17. or 18, I don't remember. Since 2004.
2000, yeah. Marta.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation, and I would like to point out that my contribution is the result of the work of consolidated team. In this occasion, my colleague Walter Alegría has actively participated in the preparation of this paper. Well, the volume Nouvelle Charte Visigothique du Monastère Pyrénéen d'Assan, which compiles the texts and conclusions from the debates that were held in Bordeaux in the summer of 2019, was published in 2021. This event was organized by Céline Martín and Juan José Larrea, and the participants offered their contributions regarding the founding and development of the monastery that San Victoriano of Assan founded in the 6th century in the mountainous zone of the Pre-Pyrenees of Huesca. Our contribution focused on the archaeological description of the site of Els Altomedievales, where we have been engaged in excavation since 204, and it sought to identify and interpret this site as a monastery from the Visigothic period. This proposal was recently cited by Roger Collins at the International Seminar Patristic Landscapes in Western Primitive Monasticism, 4th and 7th centuries, held in Barcelona in November of 2021, where he regarded Els Altomedievales as yet another early monastery alongside others like Albobalà, San Martín de Assan, and San Millán of Suso, just to cite some of the ones located the closest to our zone of study. Within the archaeological research project of Els Altomedievales, we set the objective of defining the specific features of this site and establishing a model that could be useful in identifying other possible monastic establishments for this period. To do so, we are making a cross-cutting interpretation of the archaeological record, the stratigraphic sequences, the materials, and the areas excavated. At the same time, we are seeking parallels that may help in our interpretation and investigating writing sources to find information on the phenomenon of early monasteries and how they spread to the West. The first problem we were faced with was what we mean when we talk about monasteries in the 5th to 7th centuries. This is not the place to review the origin of the phenomenon of monasticism and its roots in the West. Nonetheless, it may be useful to recall
What is I'm sorry, 1 second. I don't know what's going on. No sé cómo que no me deja.
no pasa.
Ahora sí. Bueno, no sé qué he hecho.
Retomar la presentación. No sé.
Vale, bueno, ¿cuál?
Aquí. The first, yes, is that. The first problem we were faced with was what we mean when we talk about monasteries in the 5th to 7th centuries. This is not the place to reveal the origin of the phenomenon of monasticism and its roots in the East. Nonetheless, it may be useful to recall its evolution from anachronism or eremitism in complete solitude to the Egyptian lauras, where the monks live semi-grouped together in individual eremitoriums at some distance from one another, and to monasteries which organized regulated monastic community life. The ideal of isolation from the beginning of these early monasticisms led its practitioners to live in the desert, which was replaced by the sea and the forests and mountains far from urban centers in the west. Nor can we forget another line in the development of monastic life, represented in the east by Basil the Great and in the west by the North African monasticism that emerged from the figure of St. Augustine of Hippo. This model took shape in the founding of monasteries on the church initiative, which were governed by what were known as the rule of St. Basil or rule of St. Augustine from the first centuries. The main purpose of these monasteries was to serve the episcopal see, and therefore they were predominantly urban in nature. Finally, we can define a third origin of Western monasticism, which is associated with the leadership of the rural elites in late antiquity, exemplified by the owners of large villae. In the late 5th century, they began to practice asceticism with retreating within the rural properties. In this way, they adopted the monastic model as a way to preserve their holdings while also freeing themselves of the tax they would have had to pay on their properties. All of this explains the identification of Roman villae constructions in archaeological levels from the 6th and 7th centuries in the subsoil of medieval monasteries. Therefore, to summarize, we believe we can define 3 different models. The first model with eremitic Cenobitic roots. Examples will include Santa Cecilia dels Altomedievales and San Martín de Asán. And second, a monastic episcopal model. Also, there is no clear archaeological evidence in Catalonia, but examples may include sometimes Santa Margarida de Empúries and the outbuilding located next to the episcopal see of Égara. And third, the property transformation model. At the closest case we can cite is the possible Villa Fortunatus monastery in Fraga and its counterpart in Bovalá. Although no direct remains of a villa have been found, it does show the idea of preserving an agricultural area cultivated since ancient times. The case of the medieval monastery of San Pere de Casserres, which is built upon structures that have been identified as the remains of a villa, and the monastery of San Llorenç Propagà, where levels fully within the Roman period have been found, may also correspond to this model. The second model involved towards the communities of canons serving the episcopal sees regulated by the rule of St. Augustine in the West. And therefore, they are quite different from what we understand as a monastic community per se, primarily because of their eminently urban nature. Subsequently, after the 11th century, the communities of canons tried to set up in rural environments, thereby coming into direct conflict with the monasteries already established in these settings. In contrast, models 1 and 3 gradually merged together in a process in which the more spiritual vein of the Eastern tradition, characterized by asceticism, austerity, poverty, and isolation, met with the more material needs of certain elites who had already converted to Christianity, the preservation of their properties and control over certain resources. Within this evolution, monasteries became productive structures that organized the territory with a definite model of resources exploitation in which livestock played a crucial role. At the same time, they had the capacity to create networks of interaction among different monasteries, which enabled them to make better use of certain resources and generated changes among production and consumption zones. we see the culmination of this process in the creation of communities under the same role, with a clearly established hierarchical structure which split their dominion around the West. The clearest and most hegemonic example, and the closest chronologically, is the order of the Benedictines, their reforms in Cluny and Cistercian. All of these considerations will be extremely useful in interpreting the archaeological evidence that we have been able to document in the Altimidis site. And where is located Altimidis? First, theoretical and methodological acceleration. When discussing the location of the site, of one site, we have established 3 scales. The microscale corresponds to the specific site where it is located and its immediate environs, which can be reached within a 1-hour walk. The semi-microscale encompasses the zone within which a person could go and come back at the same time. And finally, the macro scale will require spending 1 or more nights away from the place of residence. The Altimidis is located in the Pallars Jussá region of Catalonia. Here you can see the Catalonia in the Spanish context, in the Italian context, and El Pallar in the Catalan context. And there, this is the Montsec range, where is Altimidis. Is in the region of Catalonia, just at the highest point of one of the foothills on the northern side of Montsec d'Ares, above Montrevell Gorge, where the Noguera Ribagorçana River circulates. This river is currently the dividing line between the provinces, the actual provinces of Lleida and Huesca, and the highest point in the site is 867 meters above sea level, and it measures approximately 9,025 meters according to the results of the topographic survey. And it's more or less triangular in plan and bounded by 2 escarpments located on the northeast and southeast sides. These 2 escarpments gradually get closer together until they converge at the vertex of the triangle, where the Pas de Santa Cecilia is located. Pas de Santa Cecilia is a narrow corridor around 15 meters long, bounded by rock walls around 10 meters high. Here you can see another view del Pas de Santa Cecilia. Pas de Santa Cecilia is the only access to the site on the southern side, and it marks the convergence of the path from the impressive Ubaga Grand Forest, the pasture lands located at the peak of Montsec d'Ares, more than 1,600 meters, and the road leading to Col de Fabregada, where the road connecting the Pallarès and Ribagorçana River valleys runs east to west, and along with the livestock road coming from the southern face of the Montsec, which continues northward towards the Pyrenees. There we can see this important main road in green, and the situation of those Altimidis. The base of the triangle is delimited by the defensive wall, which can just be glimpsed within the forest stand. The stretches of wall located thus far tell us that it used to run from cliff to cliff and had a total length of around 80 meters and width that ranged between 60 and 100 centimeters. Due to its clearly precarious constructive features, we are reluctant to call it a wall, a defensive wall. We think that it is not a defensive wall. So instead, we merely consider it fence walls meant to fence in the site. The distance between this wall and the highest point located over Pas de Santa Cecilia is 150 meters, and the altitude difference between these 2 points is 60 meters. These figures enable us to calculate the slope ranging between 30% and 40% depending on the slope line chosen. Resources related to pasture land and forest predominate in the environs immediately around Los Altimidis, which have a vast richness and diversity of species. This is the space that we identify as the resource catchment area, and it includes the spaces that could be reached with a little over a 1 hour walk. In the excavations, we have been able to retrieve some evidence related to the exploitation of the resources, such as the remains of domesticated fauna species related to livestock husbandry and wild fauna species associated with hunting. The proportion between domesticated and wild animals is 75% and 25% respectively, without consider the wild pigs that we don't know if in one kind, in one type or another. Livestock husbandry is also represented in the archaeological record by a small cowbell. We have also retrieved remains of forest fruits such as nuts and pollen from medicinal plants and scented resin. The analyses performed show an exceptionally wooded environment around the site compared to other medieval sites. Up to 60% of the pollen identified correspond to wild tree species. The evidence of the use of wild plants has been documented based on several shallow mortars and precision scale, in whose pan we found pollen from 3 species used in pharmacology and the remains of scented resins. On a slightly large scale, semi-micro, Altimidis is located on the far southern side of the Territorium Urritense, one of the demarcations that appears in different documents associated with Saint Vincent, the Bishop of Huesca and disciple of Saint Victorian of Asan. The territory is particularly well defined in the will and donation, which are exceptional documents because of their early date from the second half of the 6th century. The center of the Territorium Urritense is located in the zone where a castle and church were later built. Today is the place of La Terreta. At the distance from Altimidis could be covered in about 8 hours on foot. Although we do not have any written or material evidence on the site's relationship with this territory, we believe that we should bear in mind the influence that a figure like Saint Vincent could have exerted on the founding of monastic communities. We do not think it is overly bold to posit a relationship between the existence of Altimidis and the Eremitic Cenobitic movement, featuring its masters, with Vincent himself as a prominent member of a community of Asan and as a bishop of Huesca. In the same area, there are places like Ángeles or Vilanova de la Sal. The former is a settlement with archaeological evidence dating back to Roman times, and the latter is a salt production center, a product of great importance for the good development of livestock farming. Finally, on the macro scale, Altimidis is located at the point where the territories of 3 bishoprics converge: Lleida to the south, Huesca to the west, and La Seu d'Urgell to the northeast, at a distance that range between 2 and 3 days of walking. The relationship that Altimidis had with these urban centers, especially with Lleida, is archaeological, documented by imported pottery materials, such as North African amphora and luxury pottery ware crafted in South Spain. These productions, along with other products like the oysters, found at the levels from 6th to 7th centuries, clearly indicate product changes which must have linked up with the port of Tarraco via Lleida. Throughout our research, we have been able to study and compare the pottery ware from Altimidis with that from the site of San Martí de las Tumbetas, less than a 5-hour walk away, where this imported pottery ware has not been found at the levels corresponding to the 6th to 7th centuries. This leads us to believe that the 2 settlements must have reflected quite different circumstances, and the Altimidis clearly had a great ability to access the changes network and therefore got with a certain degree of luxury and quality. The site where Altimidis is located meets the ideal of isolation that early monastic communities with eremitic origins sought. At the same time, it enabled the community to maintain some relations with the elites from the late Roman tradition via contact with both other communities and the closest episcopal cities. Among them, Leyde stands out because it was along a road running from the large port and sea of the Archbishopric of Tarraco, where products from the Mediterranean arrived regularly until the late 7th century. This location somewhat resembles the site where the monastery of San Martín de Asán is located, a monastery founded by San Victorian in Puello de Araguas, mountain in the Pre-Pyrenees of Huesca. The distance between the two monasteries could be covered on foot in 2 days. Well, the characteristics of the site, a thick forest covers the archaeological remains. For this reason, we are compelled to perform manual, controlled filling in order to avoid harming the archaeological stratigraphy. This slows down the excavation considerably, which has repercussions on obtained results. 18 years. The stratigraphy and material studies have enabled us to establish different phases and determine their approximate chronology. Below, we outline the sequence of the site from its origins in the 5th century AD to contemporary levels. Phase 1 corresponds to a chronology which spans from the final of the 5th century to the early 6th century. It includes several structures and buildings constructed with different techniques, whose order of construction we are unable to determine with certainty. The structure that we interpret as the oldest is what we call Area A7. It's a quadrangular building made with walls of opus incertum and pavement of opus signinum, located over broad grade with stone and lime mortar, rudum, and preparation of ceramic building material with lime mortar. The roof of this building was probably made of tegulae and inlays. We do not know whether the building used to have a second story and where its entrance doorway was located. This space is the reference building in the first phase of the site. Our proposed dating is from the late 5th century AD. We should note that there is no other building constructed with these techniques, which are very similar to the less luxurious Roman construction. And this is the main reason we will consider it the oldest structure on the site. The church, identified as Area A1, also dates from this phase. The temple was built over natural sedimentation from the land and the rock itself. The stratigraphic relations have enabled us to ascertain that the foundation and elevation of both the apse and the walls of the nave correspond to the same phase 1. Inside is divided by a wall with the sacred space in the northeast and the nave in the southeast. Within the sacred space, there are 2 distinct areas, the choir, which is closest to the nave, and the apse with the altar, whose square base still remains standing. A slab that may also correspond to this altar was found among the slabs from phase 5. The floor of the apse was made of lime mortar and shows several different repairs. The land is graved over the rock, and the remains of the slab floors are found in both the nave and the choir. The roof of the church must have been gable and was possibly made of tegula and imbrics, as we found many remains of the materials in the gradings of phase 2. All the church walls are built with stone masonry, with lime mortar and with the sand, and the walls must have been plastered both inside and outside. The chronology we propose for the church is the early 6th century AD. Some of cabins parried back out of the rock, A11, and cisterns 1 and 2 most likely date from this phase, as they would have been essential in this early construction with lime mortar. These 2 cisterns took advantage of the rainwater from the roof of the buildings and from the rainwater circulating around the rock, which was conducted to the cisterns by means of channels carved into the rock. We also associate other elements conserved in a fragmentary fashion with this space, such as a wall in area A4, and especially the carving in the rock in area A6, which is more than 8 meters long by more than 3 wide, as well as other less important remains of floors and walls, some of them made of granite. The stratigraphy from this phase includes a large number of tegular and inbred building materials, as well as DSP potteryware, TSAT potteryware, Southern Hispanic amphora, and North African amphora dated from between the late 5th and early 6th centuries. Here, some amphora and fine ceramics also corresponds to phase 2 and 3. Phase 2 dates from the first half of the 6th century. At this time, certain spaces were erased and reforms were carried out, the most important ones prompted by the collapse of several structures, including the church. The collapse of the roof and part of the wall of the nave, especially on the northern side, led to the construction of the perimeter wall 455, which made the entire church more stable. The wall separating the nave from the choir was thickened to provide more solid support from the central beam of the roof. Steps leading the choir and the apse were constructed making use of building materials from the previous phase, like an impost corresponding to the arc that led into the apse in phase 1. The floor around the altar was resurfaced with lime mortar. The spaces in areas A4 and A6 were remodeled, which erased some structures, floors, and walls from the previous phase. This was when a set of buildings with larger and more solid walls than the previous ones were constructed, namely those in areas A2, A4, A5, and A6. Area A3 between A1 and A4 become prominent in this phase. We interpret it as a hallway that connects the exterior of the central complex via 2 doors located on its eastern and western ends, while also connecting with area A4 via a doorway. Therefore, there is a space that articulates and connects the different areas comprising the central complex made up of the church and its outbuildings A2, A4, A5, and A6. Area A6 was accessed via a door of considerable size, a span of 120 centimeters, which was most likely flanked by a square tower. This element, the square tower, was located at the last day of the 2021 campaign, so its chronostratigraphic relation and futures have yet to be defined. These buildings were constructed with masonry stones and lime mortar in regular rows, and the rock on which the foundation of this wall lies was carved to light the first row of stones of all the walls. The floor were made of packed dirt. Also, noteworthy is the discovery of a fourth oven in area A6, which we associated with the production of the nails used in the construction in this phase, a large number of which we have been able to retrieve. The radiocarbon dating of the carbon from this forge perfectly matched this proposed chronology. Judging from the remains of building rubbles in these areas, we believe that the roof of these spaces must have been made of a plant matter, except for the church, where it was likely made of stone slabs. The pottery were from the phase is a TSAD, DSP, North African amphora, Oriental amphora, and kitchen pottery with parallels in the northeast of the peninsula, the Iberian Peninsula. Phase 3 chronologically corresponds to the second half on the 6th and 7th century, when minor reforms were made. The nave and the choir of the church were given a new slab floor, while the flooring in the other spaces was packed dirt. Areas A5 and A6 were partitioned, and the access to area A3 was reformed on the western side with a threshold, which indicates a new doorway. The noteworthy reference in this phase is the kitchen pottery, which has parallels in the northeast of Iberian Peninsula. Since here so far the various phases of activity on the site, because phase four corresponds to the 8th to 9th century and signals to the decline of the settlement, which will never again reach a peak. The site was abandoned during this phase and probably due to the Islamic conquest in the 8th century, which led to population displacements and the restructuring of the territory. We find rubble from slabs, roof inside the church, and abandonment levels, including a series of levels of ashes in areas A3, A4, and A5, which we associate with the carbonization of the abandoned plant matter. Among the materials in the last occupation, we can highlight a globular type of pot with a protruding edge and thickened lip outside made to hold a lid. This was found in contact with the last flooring from areas A5 and A3 and the abandonment levels with ashy sediment. We no longer find any imported or luxury pottery ware. Phase 5 dates from the 9th to 11th centuries and a slow sense of reoccupation. In this phase, we have documented the reoccupation of the site with the use of the spaces in the entire central part of the complex, which were reformed and partitioned. The western end of area A5 was cut off the built large steps that connected this space with the foot of the church. The occupation is primarily concentrated in the 9th century, as gleaned by studying the pottery artifacts in the levels and structures built at the start of this phase. Likewise, this space is estimated to have been abandoned and amortized during the 10th and 11th century, as related from the radiocarbon dating corresponding to the next phase. We have documented the construction of the wall dividing the A6B space from east to west, and the reduction of the width of the entrance gates. The stratigraphy of the church for this period is not very clear and is heavily damaged by subsequent debris. The information we can extract is that it operates with the poor quality repairs and with the entire quiet space rebuilt. The roof of the majority of buildings must have been made of plant matter, except the church, which must have been partly of slabs on the eaves of the roof, as we have interpreted from the remains of the building rubble inside and outside. Inside the church, we have been able to detect repairs made using chancy resources, especially in the choir and the apse. A child's grave was built with stones and slab in area A2. The dating of the bone remains situated with this burial between the 9th and 10th century. And the kitchen pottery with incised decoration are the most characteristic of this phase. And finally, the phase 6 spans from the 11th to 12th century until today and corresponds to the permanent abandonment of the settlement. In this phase, we find the abandonment of the site between the mid-11th and mid-12th century. The buildings are in rubble, and we find that the southern wall in area A3 fell until a height of a little over 1 meter or 1.5 meters, and over a grave was built on this wall, using it as the base and plundering the level of rubble to cover it. The buried individual is a male between the ages of 40 or 50 years old, and radiocarbon dating has yielded a date in the mid-11th century. We have also found a series of fires on top of and amidst the rubble in the different areas, which radiocarbon dating situated in the 12th and 13th centuries. We can say that by between the mid-11th and the 12th centuries, the site was completely abandoned, with the exception of a few simple construction walls in area A5. The rubble from this phase contains materials from the last time the site was occupied in the 11th and 12th century, as well as material from the 16th and 17th centuries amidst the more superficial layers of rubble. The few ceramic fragments correspond to kitchen pottery. We believe it is interesting to note that we retrieved small bits of carbon in the deeper levels of cistern 1, which was dated from the first half of the 20th century using carbon usage. The last phase should be related to seasonal short-distance transhumance of livestock from the valley bottom to the peak of Montsec. The remains from Els Altimedes served as a shelter and a place where the livestock could stop to drink. Hence the dating of the cistern, which remained in use until the mid-20th century, and the numerous fires in the rubble, which correspond to temporary stops to the shippers overseeing the livestock herds. And to conclude, in our opinion, the archaeological site of Els Altimedes can be considered an unicum within the archaeology scene on the Iberian Peninsula. Its location in a mountainous region far from the central locations like the episcopal cities, its early time frame, which we have situated in the 5th century, and the lack of major reforms after 7th century, and the lack of continuity beyond the 9th century, exception for occasional occupation, make Els Altimedes the best example of a monastery from the Visigothic era known to date. Santa Cecilia dels Altimedes fits between the model of monasteries with Hermetic Cenobitic origins, just as San Martin de Sants does. The latter conserves extraordinarily important texts which we associate with the Western monasticism that was developing around Europe at that time. If we accept the proposed identification of Aljubalá as a monastery, the main difference will be that it will fit with the model of monasteries based on a property transformation with a heavy Oriental influence. In spite of the difficulty entailed in defining what characterizes a monastery of this kind from this period, we believe that we have enough information to do so. First, we should mention its location in a relatively isolated spot in the mountains, which are difficult to reach, surrounded by forests and with no land suitable for farming in its most immediate environs. Despite isolation, a short distance from the site, we find one of the main roads in the region, which make communication with the central sites 2 or 3 days walk away possible. Regarding the internal spaces and structures, the first element is the fencing wall that delimits the monastery's area and protects the livestock, the foundation of its economy from wild animals. The monastery's fence marks a clear dividing line between inside and outside and is a constant element in medieval monasteries, both rural and urban. Secondly, is the existence of a small austere living spaces separated from one another, which must have been the basic unit of life of the community members. In our case, these living spaces come in the guise of cabins partly dug out of the rock, which were furnished with perishable materials. The cabins are scattered around the entire available space inside the fence, with the highest concentration around the central nucleus. The main element of this central nucleus is the church, and around it connected by spaces of transit like hallways and doorways, buildings of similar size to the church, which we interpret as community spaces. Here, we no longer detect the austerity of the living spaces found in the cabins. The constructions are solid, with the stone walls covered with rough cast, with inside and outside. The rocky base which serves as the foundation for these walls are painstakingly carved to guarantee their solidity. And we also find several monumental elements like a large doorway leading into the premise and what is most likely a tower flanking this entrance. The materials retrieved show us a material culture that is eminently in the Roman traditions, the presence of important potteryware, pieces and glasses, and other somewhat luxurious goods, such as oyster shells, tell us that the inhabitants were in contact with the outside world and even with the markets where Mediterranean imports arrived. On the other hand, the inhabitants of the site were aware of the pharmacological properties of plants and knew how to work with iron and other local materials. Right now, we are studying the remains of resins that we have located on the balance scale pan, which may correspond to the production of scented resins to replace incense. To complete this description, we shall point out the elements that were not found with the monastery's premises. First is the necropolis or burial site corresponding to the site's peak century, 6 to 7 centuries. This is from San Mateo de las Tumbetas, not from Els Alpinius. Even through excavation have been conducted around the church, we have located no grave from this period. Clearly, burials could have been anywhere within the monastery's premises, but there is also the possibility that they were located outside, following the Roman tradition of burials at the entrance of inhabitation sites, not inside them. Secondly, it is clear and evident that the most emblematic element of medieval monasteries, the cloister, is not found in these early monasteries. One possible reason is that because the cells were scattered around the entire premise, it made no sense to organize the space around a place of passage and connection like a cloister. We are very far from having in deep knowledge of what these early monastic communities were like and what their living conditions were, as well as the archaeological characteristics of the monasteries. Nonetheless, we hope that our contribution helps to enrich the debate and move us closer to these goals. And the homage for the excavation teams. Thank you very much for your attention.
No se está viendo. O sea que aquí ya la no es que no es en YouTube. Sí. No, se las ve a ella, pero no se va a pasar. Claro, o sea, yo voy aquí. Y bueno, iba con un poco de retraso. Claro, esto iba con retraso. No sé qué fue.
Vedi, deve essere qua.
Non ho fatto niente.
Basta che scrivi il testo. Vedi?
Non si vede.
No. Funziona così. Così, vedi come è impostato adesso, duplicato? Vuol dire che questo è lo stesso che vedi là. Quindi quando io attivo
ahora cuando no nos alegramos, corría allí, pero no aquí. Por eso tenía que ir mirando a ver si la diapositiva me cuadraba, porque aquí me ha quedado fijo.
Estamos intentando volver y encima estoy Second, yo voy a leer porque technical problems, so we require that we can speed our labor that of capital and take matter at the end of the morning we will do the whole discussion. Okay.
Well, good morning, everyone. In the first part of our presentation, I will try to explain briefly the development of monastic institutions in the Iberian Peninsula, and later on, I will present the state of archaeological research on the topic. Okay. In the late 4th and early 5th centuries, we can be reasonably sure of the existence of different types of ascetic experiences in Iberia. Despite what seems to be interpreted from this map by Horn and Born, in which this territory is completely empty of monastic life, among the different types of monasticism recorded in written sources, we can find eremitories outside episcopal authority, aristocratic residences for ascetic experience, clerical monasteries around an episcopal chair, and finally monasteries around a martyr center in charge of the preservation of relics and the care of pilgrims. In Iberia, the institutionalization of Cenobitic life continued throughout the 5th century, despite the settlement of Germanic peoples. The monasteries must have developed in preference to urban residences, episcopal complexes, and centers of martyr worship. Hispanic monasticism began to acquire its most important features during the 6th century. We know this organization perfectly well thanks to the texts contained in the Hispanic councils and in the norms of the monastic rules of San Leandro, San Isidoro, and San Fructuoso. From a careful reading of these texts, we can extract some important data about these communities. One of these characteristics is the triumph of the Cenobitic currents over the anachorete options, the submission to episcopal authority, and here in this slide you can see probably the most important excavation of an episcopal center, Il Torno de Minatera, and in the north side of the church you can see common dependencies, probably related to this common life. Economic independence, and this must be underlined because it is the reason why the monasteries were so important during the early Middle Ages. The monasteries had guaranteed management of their property outside the ecclesiastical authority, and as I said before, probably this is the reason that justifies the triumph of this kind of life during the first times of the Reconquest in Spain. And finally, another feature is the direct relationship with the centers of martyr worship. The best known cases are, for example, from an archaeological point of view, are Santa Eulalia de Mérida, San Fructuoso in Tarraco, and San Felix in Geronda. The arrival of the massless conquerors meant that the extinction of the effective power of the Hispanic Church. In the north, the reconstruction of episcopal structures allowed the creation of monasteries on their own or linked to noble houses committed to the colonization of the territory. Probably here you can see probably the most outstanding example, San Miguel de Escalada near León. In the Andalusian territory, the continuity of this monastic center is assured due to their capacity to generate resources and therefore tribute within Islamic society.
Some of the patrons of these monasteries maintain the power thanks to the Islamic State's policy of pacts. It is possible, as archaeology shows, that certain aristocrats, lay or religious, may have been able to establish new monastic foundations, like Santa Lucía del Trampal or the example of Santa María de Melque that we are going to present right now. Generally speaking, the study of monastic architecture before the spread of the Gregorian reform in the Iberian Peninsula is not a major field of research. Most of the proposed models are based on the use of data extracted from the documentary sources. The most abundant of these studies are those that use the Hispanic monastic rules of the 7th century. The descriptive quality of some of these chapters has led many authors to draw the main characteristics of the Hispanic monastery in the Visigothic period. From its analysis, we can obtain a theoretical or utopic model. This theoretical scheme is established on the basis of segregating elements, be it a wall or another type of fence. Inside, it will be the community church, the communal buildings, dormitories, refectory, storerooms, and the necropolis reserved for the monks. Around this architectural complex will be distributed the buildings related to the economic activity of the monastery, the pilgrim's hospice, and the village for the servant of the community. Beyond the monastery, the fields and pastures for the livestock will be located. We can even get to know which were the rooms that this prototypical monastery had to have, but we are still a long way from knowing how they were arranged. In short, we know little about its actual topographical composition. From the archaeological point of view, our knowledge of the late antique and early Middle Ages churches has increased in recent years. However, we know little about the areas of community life. We can only be sure of the location when we examine the areas occupied by the monks inside the temples. With regard to rural monasteries, projects such as the one presented above by Marta Sancho began to show what these centers may have been like in the early times. The almost total absence of material evidence makes the case we present here of enormous importance for the knowledge of early medieval Hispanic monasticism, Santa María de Melque. It is a church preserved in elevation some 35 kilometers west of Toledo, approximately 2 days walk in historical terms. It is a cruciform building with 2 chambers flanking the apse and a third in the northwest corner. It was made of ashlars without mortar and completely vaulted. A number of buildings have been documented that appear to surround the church on its eastern and northern sides. In turn, this complex is located at the western end of a plot of land bounded by a fence that also enclosed 5 dams. The Toledo hinterland must have had a number of monasteries from the Visigothic period onwards, as we have sources that confirm this. We also know of the continuity of these centers and of the foundation of others after 711. For the moment, in addition to Santa María de Melque, we have another temple with a very similar topography, which we also believe to be monastic in the south of the region, San Pedro de la Mata. Here you can see some images that came from the study that our team developed years ago, I think, yeah, a long time ago. Coming back to Melque, yeah, there is no written documentation of its foundation. The earliest is from the 12th century, but we have a description from the 18th century that tell us about the preservation of the church, as well as many buildings in the surrounding area. It was discovered for research in the early 20th century. Both the Count of Fedillo and Manuel Gómez Moreno, their first researchers, considered it to be a Mozarabic church. Mozarabic church is a church built by Christians under Islamic rule. And according to these researchers, this church was built between the 9th and 10th centuries. The arguments used were stylistic in nature. The presence, the argument used for the chronological approximation to this church were stylistic, such as the presence of horseshoe arcs and the absence of typical Visigothic sculpture on the walls. Probably the Visigothic sculpture is the argument used to date all these early medieval churches. Between 1970 and 1973, 5 excavation campaigns were carried out under the direction of Luis Caballero. And at this point, I want to expose you that most of the images that I am showing you came from the personal archive of Luis Caballero. The interior of the building was excavated, and two test trenches were made in the eastern exterior area. The result obtained allowed its construction to be brought forward to the Visigothic period based on the following evidences. The appearance of liturgical furniture decorated according to Visigothic models. This is something that Gómez Moreno didn't see, and it's one of the arguments that Gómez Moreno used for dating this church at the end of the 9th and the beginning of the 10th century. Documentation of an archaeological sequence that included the abandonment of the liturgical space coincided with, according to these first projects, according with the Islamic conquest. According to Luis Caballero, this church was abandoned when the Islamic armies came to the Iberian Peninsula. This is the first hypothesis. The Visigothic monastery would have been located in the center of a terrace surrounded by a courtyard formed by the basilica shape, buildings with a double floor and plan that form a base in the form of a kind of cluster, not properly a cluster. Here you can see the excavations and this area, these surrounded buildings that were interpreted not as a cluster, but a kind of. A similar complex was located on a lower terrace, but with buildings of lesser height, which are thought to have been used for storage. And this is the area where now we are digging this campaign. 20 years, and here you can see a reconstruction, an ideal reconstruction of this monastery. 20 years later, further excavations were carried out around the church. Thanks to the application of the Harris system of archaeological recording, thousands of stratigraphic units were documented, which, in addition to a better knowledge of the pottery from the 7th and 8th centuries, helped to establish a more precise sequence. In the foundation phase, phase E, ceramics with the first Islamic forms were sealed within the building context. This is in the pit holes made for the scaffoldings, were collected. A second period 1B, was characterized by the construction of a wall along the south side of the church and the alteration of its interior. From this evidence, it was suspected that this was a time of insecurity for the monastic community. Once this insecurity period was overcome, the building was reused. And it is important to note that a pre-Gregorian liturgy took place inside. This is something that Caballero didn't see during his first excavations. And the room in the northwest corner was built, perhaps as a place of remembrance through the display of relics. The end of the monastery did not come about violently, but gradually. In an increasingly Islamicized society, a monastic center no longer made sense. It is possible that the absence of Christian servants was an irreversible factor. The big question to be answered was when this great monastery and production center was built. According to the analysis carried out, the ceramics in the foundational context show the earliest Islamic typologies, as you can see in this slide. On the other hand, the decorative remains found in the 70s had in the 90s a relative value as a dating element. We know that the decorative motifs and techniques, including stucco, were also used in the Umayyad period in the Eastern Mediterranean. To strengthen this hypothesis, the hypothesis that the church was built after the Islamic conquest, a deep analysis of vaulting systems, monastery organization, altar typologies, and decorative elements was carried out in 4 doctoral theses. The conclusions in these 4 studies coincided in pointing out that the technology, technique, types, and organization of the buildings in Melke could only have been executed from the year 711 onwards. It was in that year that the transmission channel was opened that allowed the recovery of these classical elements in Iberia through the Islamic presence in the territory.
I continue now. So this first part of the presentation, I said, at the aim of showing you melting of introduction to melting, and now I would like to show you how in the last years we have been working on the sites. New archaeological works, those that you are watching, have been undertaken over the last years with the aim of improving our knowledge. The research strategy has been first to review all recorded materials, structures, and excavations, and secondly, to explore and open new archaeological areas to be researched and to apply new survey techniques. In order to do so, also like Marta has shown, it is necessary a big team. In this case, also an interdisciplinary team composed by archaeologists, architects, art historians, geologists, along with specialists on geophysical techniques, archaeobotany, and building mortar analysis that has been working together on the site and the surrounding areas. I highlight this, not only the site, but also the territory where Melke is placed, close, and over the different stages of the projects. All these works are intended and thereby organized, or we have tried to organize it this way, to better understand the site of Melke from different perspectives. The first perspective is to approach the architectural configuration of the complex, which involves not only the study of the church, which is the element which has brought all the attention until now, but also to study the related structures and spaces, along with the obviously investigation of new places. The second perspective is to understand the site as an architectural product, which means trying to pinpoint the quarries exploited to obtain the different stones employed at the construction of the complex, to know the needs of transport for the material and the way of working and place the latter on site according to its function. And the third perspective is to understand the site also as a production place, which involves to define the property area of the monastery and the related production structures. Obviously, we are aware that there are many other visions which could be taken into consideration, but these are those that we have been hitherto able to develop. Coming back to the title of this paper, all these perspectives, that is configuration, production, and production place, All these perspectives embrace their own certainties, questions, and challenges, and this is what I would like to show now. If we start with the architectural configuration of Melken, as I have said, with the aim of improving the knowledge of the complex and the likely material remains of the whole monastic area, recent geophysical fieldwork has been undertaken at the site. Results make it possible to complete the plan hitherto proposed for the site by Luis Caballero, who has mentioned from MORENO previously, and also with the collaboration with a work which was published already 20 years ago by Caballero and Fernández-Mier, where they define a first large area divided into a northeast capture and larger one irregular in plan, that one you can see here, including the church and a huge land surrounded by a fence and irrigated by 5 dams. According to the present feature of the place, where new constructions have been built and electrical installations might distort the data obtained by this means, georadar and geomagnetic survey has been combined to examine areas that will be beside probably not excavated in the near future. Georadar has been applied to the surrounding immediate area of the church, that area in pink or red, with the aim of testing the existence of monastic structure and or later medieval and modern one structures that had been recorded by the excavations, also like Frank has already told. Geomagnetic devices has been employed by contrast in the yellow area. With the aim, that is the southern area of the church, with the aim of proving here the extent of the southern part of the monastic fence and of the early Islamic settlement usually proposed according to the superficial material and dated to the mid-9th century onwards. This way, it has been possible to confirm the continuity of those excavated structures and the hypothesis of organization of the complex, both at the north and northwest sides of the church. That's what we see at the image now. On the contrary, it has been impossible to trace the supposed continuity of the structure southwards, specifically with a closing western wall, which is just below the current parking of the site. The hypothetical east west wall closing of the complex of the southern side, that one, is not traceable either, and signs of continuity and length are very weak. Seems to be rather a modern infrastructure than an early medieval one. No traces of the eastern wall that one have been either found. Finally, as regards the medieval defensive wall, it has been attested its continuation westward. Regarding the Islamic settlement, identified as a state by Caballero and Fernández-Mier, although a large amount of pottery and building materials can be observed still today on the area, those elements detected do not seem to compose coherent structures, and they become weaker while advancing far from the line of the monastic fence, which has not been either perceived. The only thing we can see is that even though this is a V, it's a very narrow line, and it could be even a modern installation, but not at all a wall that could be corresponding to that. As regards this first perspective, this is what we know so far, and which are the challenges that we want to pursue in the coming years. Obviously, in order to better know the organization of especially the northeastern area, where geophysical survey has not been undertaken because of topographic reasons, and to know how the rooms were planned here, since there is the possibility that there was a connection directly to the dam, one of the dam of the site, we have started to excavate this area. Actually, we have just started 1 week ago, and I show you here the first picture of the first level that once we have started, we have just got to the floors of this corner, which had been considered to be a cluster, as we have seen the images, but now it seems to be a rather complicated area. Going to the second aspect, Melke as an architectural product, as also Frank has already said, the construction of a monastery project like Melke is a complex process involving a sequence of stage and program transformational activities, planning and projecting the church and the complex, transporting the material, obtaining the material, working on site, and obviously many related production cycles of the different employed materials. We see only the stone now, but we have to think also about metal, timber, and all this infrastructure that this complex demands. All these activities and production cycles require, besides different skills, human and material resources. Archaeological and geological investigations have made it possible together to approach the obtaining of materials and its transformation on site, data to be added to that one recorded already by Luis Caballero in the previous excavations of the original lime pools and the remains of the stone cutting of the aslar stone close to the church. I mean, the church was also obviously a building site, not only because of the existence of the church, but also because of the existence of all these remains. Recent results revealed so far that there was a proper knowledge of the surrounding areas of the building and an intentional searching for granite stone materials. Unlike other early medieval ecclesiastical construction, like those that Frank has also shown in the north of Spain, in which many different materials are employed, both new and reused, the church of Melke is built in one single material, granite. Melke only reused Roman marbles for its liturgical elements, but not for the decoration of the walls, like, for example, San Pedro de la Mata, another building shown by Frank and very close to Melke. Although the first geological survey of the surrounding area made us thinking the possibility that the quarries were located circa 20 kilometers away from the site, namely in the places known as Menasalvas and Malamoneda, which are, as I told, circa 20 kilometers away. The latter, the case of Malamoneda, even with a historic quarry very well known and related early medieval archaeological site, after completing the survey and the petrographic exams of the stone samples taken both at the church and at the quarries, we have found 3 prolate quarries that are much closer to the building that are distant 7 kilometers. These 7 kilometers, it is also we could say the media, the distance that we have been identifying in other buildings where we have been working with the quarries of this period. They're all, as you can see in the previous in this figure, this is one of the 3 quarries that we have located. They are, as you see, they are all white exploitation fronts, opening the stone massive and irregular outcrops that make it possible to obtain big stones. You have to see, for example, this huge stone at the internal side of the church, which is circa 2 meters long. and the thickness of the sedimentary strata of the alteration and cracking process of the granites determine obviously the forms and dimension of the stones in Melke. Stones were necessarily finished on site, as it is shown by the trapezoidal forms of the ashlar stones, resulting from its cutting just once the previous stone is placed on the wall, from the finishing traces on the surfaces of the elements or the incision of the keystones, which are both common to different pieces. It means that once the stone was placed, there was after all a recutting activity. Masons were thus protagonists at building these huge churches, since all elements, walls, arches, and vaults were built in ashlar stone, being the builders responsible for providing material to make the core of the walls, for the final shaping of the pieces, and obviously for the construction of the monastic rooms, the dams, and the fence, as we will see now. Geological analysis have shown also that rough stone materials employed to build the dams and for the perimeter monastic fence have been obviously collected in the nearby, saving thus efforts when extracting and transporting the materials. These are migmatic and homogeneous granite rocks, which are ideal to build this kind of rough stone masonry, but obviously cannot be used to produce big stones as we have seen in the church. Here it is very clear how we have precise. We have the dams and we have the areas where the stones have been obtained, and not only because there is a coincidence in geology, but also because we have the traces of work in the areas. The dimensions of the stones again are extrapolated to those of the natural crops, where spaces between fractures were made use of to extract the material. Its location at a higher level made it also easier to transport the pieces to the place where dams were planned to be constructed. They always moved the stones from the upper part to the lower part. Sorry. Materials were here simply roughly ripped out, we could say. Which is the challenge of this perspective now. As regards the comprehension of Melke as an architectural product, it is the next target for us to analyze those stones employed at the domestic spaces of the monastery, an activity which has not been done before. Walls combined here again with stone masonry, which seems to be coming from the immediate area as well, as it happens in the case of the dams and the fence, but they also use huge granite ashlar stones for the single elements. You can see in the picture, for example, like the openings of the jambs are always made of this big granite, and also I remember Frank has shown a picture of the decorative elements. Also here they are built even in the granite. And we don't know yet the origin of this material. Obviously, it would be very helpful to compare it with the granite employed at the church. Coming to the third point, Melke as a production place, intensive fieldwork along with archaeological recording of the monastic fence, the standing dams, and the small excavations that we were able to carry out at the dams 1 and 4. We intended to define better these structures and to update the interpretation of the site as an exploitation of the agricultural feature, mainly proposed by the already cited work by Caballero and Fernandez Meyer. This aspect has been especially analyzed by Barahona, who proposes, besides a livestock productive activity of sheep, goats, cattle, since the dams have no channels associated to facilitate the circulation of water, and the topography of the land make it quite difficult to have enough fertile soil. As regards the monastic fence, the fieldwork has made it possible to identify a wall built in local rough stone masonry, always these magnetic stones, bonded with very hard lime mortar and with a quite regular thickness, mostly 1 meter 30 centimeters. Although the tallest part preserved is no higher than 1 meter 20, considering that thickness of 1 meter 30, we think that the fence could be at least 2 meters and a half meter. 2 meters 50 centimeters. Oh my God. Which is a very, very solid fence. Could be more than a fence. No western section of this wall, that area has not been recorded during the fieldwork, and also I remember you either during the geomagnetic survey of the place. No building faces have been also identified at the fence. Maybe there are some that we cannot see, but as far as we can see, all after walking around all the fence, as I say, there are no building faces, and its connection with the so-called dam one. So, the connection here at this point where we were able to do the excavation proves that the fence was built a bit later than the dam. It's worthy also to highlight that water reservoirs of dam 1 and 4 and this remains out of the fence, another argument from my point of view to defend that livestock function was principal there. Finally, the sequence of the dams, where we have done the archaeology of the building and also the excavation, is thus different from that commonly thought. This Caballero thought that dams 4 and 5 those both up were built together with the monastery in the mid-6th century, while dams 1 and 2 would have been built later, 1 or 2 centuries later, after the former would be out of use. After the archaeological and engineering analysis of the structures, along with the landscape exam, Barahona concludes that dams 1 and 4 were built coevally. These two first and then 2 and 5 second. That dams 1 and 4 were built coevally with the monastery, and dams 2 and 5 coevally, but later, although not much. Why do we say that not much later? Because mortar analysis of all these places informs about the similarity of both constructions. The mentioned excavation at dam 1 and I'm speaking now about the yellow part, made it possible also to observe that eastern half was later on raised with a wall of 1 meter high, much narrower though than the lowest part of the dam. As I told, the mortar analysis does speak about the similarity of both constructions anyway. On the other hand, the analysis of dam 3 seems to confirm its use rather as a bridge than as a dam, as it confirms the presence of a narrow central opening. Hypothesis that would make it easy as well to explain the reduced capacity of this water reservoir, which could be, on the other hand, in the center of the land of Melke. Considering all the above, I would like to finish by underscoring that Melke means, in the wider context regarding the knowledge of early medieval Spanish monasteries, apart from its chronological discussion, many singularities in several aspects. Hydraulic structure, for example, are not only known in Melke. We know some other sites, like that of Santa Lucia del Campal, which is also dated to the same period, where the system of two dams so far known has not been, however, properly approached, And it's difficult, for example, to know if these dams were older, since the site of Trampal is occupied by all the buildings in the surrounding areas, if these dams are contemporary to the monastery or are even later. We have the dams, but we cannot connect the building and the dams. For example, monastic rooms are also known out of Melke. We can mention the rooms, for instance, of Trampal and the northern church of Escalada that Fran showed as well. But work to be done is still huge before start speaking, among others, of an architectural configuration and economical role of these monasteries. We try to open in the next years to start doing some geophysical survey in these three monasteries that we know that we have been studying churches. We know very well the sequence of the buildings, which are dated to the late 9th century, early 10th century, but as we say, we speak about the monastic buildings, but we don't know almost anything of the monastic complex. As I say, Melke is, because of this reason, singular, since concentrates a lot of aspects of that knowledge that we still need to improve the understanding of the early medieval Hispanic monasteries. I hope you have been clear all by the moment. Thank you. We continue this morning with the paper presented by Pablo Papoto from the Pontificio Instituto de Arqueología Cristiana on the female monasteries at Rome. Okay. A ver cómo hacemos, ¿no?
¿Cuál es tu...?
Good morning, everyone. I am going to read in English a text that I prepared, trying to shed something to everyone. However, my English is very limited. I find a lot of difficulty with pronunciation. Then, if something is not clear, I can answer the question in Spanish, Italian, and French. Topography of the female monastery of Rome between late antiquity and the early Middle Age. There are few monumental remains of the female monastery in Rome from this period. Shows that few sections of the wall of monastic oratories, which I will not speak on this exposition. But from the archaeological point of view, we have a large number of sepulchral inscriptions that refer to consecrated women and eventually to monasteries. This exhibition is a brief summary of the topography of female monastery. I will only use the main source of each monastery. For reasons of time, it is not possible to mention them all. I will extend the exhibition until the 9th century. 1. The female monastery presence in Rome within the 4th and 6th century. We know from writing of Augustine of Hipona, Jerome, and Palladio that between the middle of the 4th century and the beginning of the 5th, group of women had formed and led an incipient monastic life in Rome. I will not stop at this embryonic period. Before proceeding to see each monastery, I draw your attention to an event from the end of the 5th century. There is a text from the Liber Pontificalis which shows that female monasticism was well established in Rome. Those who opposed the election of Pope Symmachus in the year 498 punished the nuns who had supported him. The text says, Etiam et santimoniales mulieres et virgines deponentes de monasteria vel de habitaculi suis denudantes sexum feminium cedibus plagarum afflictas vulnerabantur. The fact could suggest that these nuns and their monastery occupied a non-marginal place in the ecclesiastical events of the time, until they were involved in the vengeance of one of the ecclesiastical factions. It is the faction of the Diacon Lorenzo. I move on to consider each of the monasteries of which we have information on their location. The monastery of Sant'Agnese fuori le mura, in Via Nomentana. Porta Pia, Via Nomentana. Porta Sant'Agnese, Porta Sant'Agnese, Porta Nomentana, Porta Pia. Actually, it's Porta Pia. This monastery was next to the Basilica of Sant'Agnese on the Via Nomentana. The main source that we have to propose the hypothesis of the feminine monastery is the inscription of an abbess dated on the year 514. Hic requiescet in pace serena, abatissa, sacra Virgo, quevixit annus plus minus, 805, deposita, octavum idus maias, senatore, viro clarissimo consule. Philibert Schmidt created an argument on this inscription, which I believe can be taken into account. Schmidt says that although the inscription is short, it is very complete. In fact, the inscription refers the name of the deceased, her functions as abbadissa, her status as a Virgo Sacra, her approximate age, 85 years, the day, month, and consular day of her deposition. I may be note that although such precise dates are reported on Serena, however, it does not state which monastery she has been abbess. It's for this reason that Smith speculates that Serena didn't need to declare where she was from, since she was from the monastery where she was buried. Also, there is a text from the 5th century by as Pseudo Ambrosius that refers to the many young Roman virgins who consecrate themselves to God, thanks to the example for Saint Agnes. This text and Serena's inscription are not explicit about the existence of a monastery near Sant'Agnese, but they are strong elements to propose a hypothesis in that sense. The first literary source that expressly indicates a monastery in Sant'Agnese fuori le mura is the list of donations from Pope Leo III, 715, 816. For the position that this monastery occupied, the list indicates that female monastery affected via Basilica. In Monasterios Sant'Agnetis, qui ponitur forisporta numentana, fecit canistrum ex argento, 6 de liber pontificalis. The monastery of Santa Cecilia in 1909, some graves dating from the 6th century were discovered in front of the Basilica of Santa Cecilia in Trastevere. Among these, according to the epitaph, one had been prepared for the Abbatissa Graziosa, but used following a donation by a certain Argentia. The burial and description could be dated within the 6th and 7th century. Hic requiescet in pace Argentia, qui vixit, plus minus annos quadraginta, locum vero, quem sivi venerabilis Abbatissa Graziosa preparaverat sed vivan mihi cesit, etc. The mere presence of the inscription does not allow definite affirmation of the presence of a monastery in the area of the basilica. But there is a writing by the monk Leontius that dated within the 7th and 9th century, which refers to a female monastery in Rome called of Santa Cecilia. But the text doesn't say where the monastery was located. A monastery with that name would be justified by the presence of an oratory or church so-called. I didn't find for that period another building dedicated to Santa Cecilia, except the Church of Trastevere. The question remains open. Leo the First list says nothing about a monastery in Santa Cecilia. Later, Pascal the First, 1824, built a monastery of monks in honore Santarum Virginum seu Martyrum Agate et Cecilie, 6 de liber pontificalis. The monastery of San Sebastiano on the Via Appia at Catacumbas. Sixtus the Third, 413 to 14 414 founded a monastery near San Sebastiano. Fecit autem monasterium in catacumbas, say the Liber Pontificalis. However, the text does not say that it is a monastery of nuns or monks. For Antonio Ferrua, in view of the inscription of the Abatisa Quadragesima, or Quaresima, does not exclude the possibility that there were two monasteries, or that the one founded by Sixtus III was a monastery of nuns. Non deve meravigliare, sai Ferrua, perché dal secolo V in poi troviamo molti monasteri maschili o femminili sorti sopra le catacombe più venerate. Description of the Abatissa Quadragesima as dated to the middle of the 5th century. Also, in the area of San Sebastiano, were found inscriptions of another possible Abatissa, 4 Ancilla Dei, 3 other possible Ancilla Dei, 1 Virgo Famula Dei, 1 Puella Dei. A clarification: an inscription of a nun does not necessarily mean a monastery annexed to the cemetery. The nuns could be buried there for devotion reasons, but the number of inscriptions in a cemetery plus the date provided by literary source can lead to hypothesize the presence of a monastery. Keep in mind that not all consecrated virgins lived in a monastery. Many lived in their house. There are non-construction remnants near San Sebastiano that can be attributed to a late antique monastery. Non-monastery in San Sebastiano appears in the list of the Leo III. In the middle century, Nicholas I refunded the monastery white monks. To the monastery in the writing of Gregory the Great. In a letter to a patrician Theoptista, Pope Gregory I says that the Ancile Dei, quab vos Greca lingua monastrias dicitis, qui nac urbe multe sunt, non iuxta notitia, nam iuxta notitiam qua dispensantur 3 milia reperiuntur. But many of them had entered Rome fleeing from the Lombards. Gregory expressed a letter to Emperor Maurice. In ac urbem sanctimoniales femine ex diversis provincis post captivitate fugientes venerunt. From his writing of Gregory I, we can find 3 monasteries located within the wall. The monastery Iuxta, some name, but Iuxta Termas Agrippina, near in the Campo Marzio, behind the Pantheon. Monastery in Acurve, Regione Quarta, Iuxta locum qui appellatur Iuxta Galina Salvas, in the area of Roncalid Suburra, near of the church of San Lorenzo in Panisperna, not far from here. Monastery Euprepie on the Aventino Hill near the Basilica of Santa Sabina. In this place, a garden, an hortus, has been donated to a monastery, but it is probable that the monastery was in the immediate vicinity. Outside the walls, the writing of Gregory refers to the female monastery of Monastery Sancti Stefani quod Ancillarum Dei positum ad Sanctum Paulum on the Via Ostiense. Also, 10 sepulchral inscriptions of nuns remain from the Basilica of San Paolo. Among this inscription, the most representative is of the Abbadessa Petronia. In pace requiescat Petronia Abbadessa Monasteri. Monastery of San Lorenzo. The first certain news about the presence of a monastery near the Basilica of San Lorenzo date back to the 5th century. Pope Hilaro fecit monasterium ad Sanctum Laurentium, say the Liber Pontificalis, but it doesn't say if a monastery was from monks or nuns. In the cemetery of Syriaca, next to the San Lorenzo, there are San Lorenzo. Excuse me. San Lorenzo or San Cassiano. In the cemetery of Syriaca, next to San Lorenzo, there are 11 inscriptions of Sacred Virgin, which also contribute to hypothesize the presence of a primitive monastery of nuns. Gregory the Great refers to a monastery of San Lorenzo, but does not indicate its location, but is probable of the area of San Lorenzo fuori le mura. From the hagiographic text of the year 713, the Miraculum Sancti Anastasi Martyris, we learn that a Syrian girl entered in a monastery of San Cassiano. This monastery was annexed or close of San Lorenzo, according to the Liber Pontificalis. Monastery apud Beatu Petri Apostoli Ecclesia, the Vatican. According to Gregory, it is the monastery where the noble patrician Galla lived as a nun. in the 9th century, at Sanctum Petrum, we find a monastery of nuns called Jerusalem. From the study of Hermann Hermann, More Veterum, I Liber Pontificalis e gli edifici ecclesiastici di Roma, some typologies of monasteries can be identified. Not all, but some. Among them, the Greek monastery and the Latin monastery serving the basilicas. Among the Greek, we find one of nuns, San Gregorio in Campo Marzio. Among the Latin serving or near the basilicas, we find the monasteries of nuns, Santa Agnese, Santa Eugenia, and Jerusalem. The female monastery within the 8th and 9th century. From a list of donations from Pope Leo III, we know all the Roman monastery from the beginning of the 9th century. However, the list does not explicitly say which were nuns or monks. But from other sources, we know that some of these monasteries were by nuns. Monastery Greek of nuns, San Gregorio in Campo Marzio. This monastery was of Greek nuns. Of the monastery, there are wall remnants of 9th century oratory. Monastery, alors it is the legend of Tempuli in the oratory of monastery Santa Maria San Gregorio in Campo Marzio, but it refers to legend of Tempuli. It is other monastery called Tempuli. The monastery Tempuli, monastery Santa Maria in Tempuli. It is located in front of the bath of Caracalla. There are remnants of wall from the 6th century, but not necessarily of a monastery. From this monastery, there is still an icon of the Virgin Mary dated within the 7th and 8th century, connected a successive legend of this monastery. But the fresco of legend is in the monastery of Saint Gregorio in Campo Marzio. Other monastery, monastery of Santa Eugenia on the Via Latina, founded by Adrian I, 717 to 795, where there was a basilica with the tomb of Santa Eugenia, Virgin and Martyr. Monastery of Santa Viviana, Santa Viviana, mi sono scordato di me. Santa Viviana in the area, the Termini Station, near the Minerva Medica. From this monastery, monasteries of San Simetrio and Corsarum, it is hypothetical location. It is in the area. San Simetrio in this area. Corsarum is very probable. Which re-established by Leo IV as female monastery. The monastery Corsarum was in front of the Basilica of San Sisto Lapia. The monastery of San Simetrio is not known where it was located, but he was probably in the zone. Conclusion. Certainly, these are not all the female monasteries existing at that time. They are the one we have some information about. The Turin catalog from the 14th century distinguished between monasteries of nuns and monks. The monasteries of Santa Marina Ambrosio, Santa Andrin Liberatica, Santa Eufemia in the 14th century were from women, although this monastery already appeared in the list of Leo III of the 9th century. We have no information if they were of nuns or monks. We know from different cases of monasteries changing from monks to nuns and vice versa. This was the case with the monastery of San Sergius, Sant'Agnese, Corsarum, etc. Apart from some section of the wall attributable to oratories, I have not identified any other structure that denoted a configuration of a monastery of nuns. At the moment, for female monasticism, the most relevant archaeological date come from sepulchral inscriptions. These inscriptions, on the one hand, hide some information about the life and status of these nuns, such as the fact that they are abbadissa, ancilla Dei, Virgo Sacra, etc. Also, description allow to identify to various places most loved by the nuns and possible the presence of a precocious monastery. How is the case of the inscription found near the basilicas of San Paolo, San Lorenzo, Santa Agnese, Santa Cecilia, San Sebastiano. I hope it was understood. In any case, I hope I can understand his question or asked in English. In any case, I can answer in French, Spanish, and Italian. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the morning. I thought we should for NASA. We talk about the program. I can't really for this program for can you imagine and design the world pagan church and church, as we know in the region in Italy, and somewhere outside of this not so far as the country, somewhere and the type of the actually studies in Spanish doesn't no sabemos dónde están. Es muy difícil determinar la zona porque no hay ningún elemento visible que nos permita saber dónde están.
I have to say that it is really difficult to identify this cemetery area because there are no signs of tombs, and I think maybe the topographical relief is difficult for the.
No están alrededor de la iglesia. Around the church.
There are no tombs.
No. Pero pueden estar en cualquier sitio de las 1000 metros cuadrados que tienen de tierra.
Says that are 9,000 square meters waiting for being explored.
Si están fuera, pues, no sé, en la entrada, solo hay un sitio que podemos intentarlo. Es a unos 500 metros del vestimento, en una zona elevada y plana, la única zona plana que
There is the possibility next to the monastery, 100 meters far from the church. There is a place that could be host necropolis due to its topographical situation. The other places are mountains.
sí, hay algunos estudios de hechos de Costa Roja, por ejemplo, en el río Martín, que habla de necrópolis aisladas, de zonas elevadas, un punto de referencia desde el lugar a las necrópolis. Y ahora mismo me gustaría tener aquí a Georgina Ángeles, porque ella encontró un texto, no sé dónde, no sé citarlo, que habla de una procesión de monjes que van hacia la montaña a enterrar a uno de sus hermanos. ¿Cómo era esto?
I say that There are some studies about the necropolis in at the top of the mountains in the northeast part of Spain. As a tradition, but always these necropolis are in visual contact with the churches. This is a possibility. And Marta says that Jordina, who is another researcher, pointed out the existence of a text which speaks about the tradition of a ceremony procession between the church and the necropolis. Or
The monastery.
With the monastery and the necropolis, looking at the top of the mountain.
Like it's a tradition.
Well, just to talk on that, that's quite interesting because in a British context, a lot of things that one sees in relation to future geography of monastic sites is the importance of antecedent, pre-existing burial clothing. So, you know, we often think that the burial ground has to be around the church, but often it's pre-existing burial grounds that dictate where subsequent monastic burial happens. And I think that's quite interesting to think about your site in that context.
But it's another kind of community different. I think, or in Marcus, in the case of the other origin of the community.
And if I may, the things are even more complicated in Spain because according to the rules, we need not only a cemetery but two, because we need a cemetery for monks and other for the live people. So you have to.
I have one additional question about the status of Syria. You showed on the map two first phases, A and B, and there's one of maybe you said it now here. One building A7, I think I wrote. It's like really the first phase and then all the rest come. What is it? If you manage to
La primera fase tiene una área porque los restos materiales no nos han permitido diferenciar una A y una 1 y una 2 claramente. Es decir, los materiales que encontramos en el pero la construcción de un edificio y del otro no se parecen en nombre. Es decir, la construcción de la CNCR y la construcción de la iglesia, no se parecen en nada con la diferencia. Pero, ¿por qué pensamos que el edificio por la ciudad es el más antiguo? Porque sospechamos una ocupación especializada del lugar que obliga a construir rápidamente. Y la construcción, por lo tanto, el edificio lo vamos a hacer con encojar, es el con el portal de los sin trabajar, es muy rápido. Construimos muy rápidamente. Después me contaré. Yeah.
No, the difference between this A and B is because in material material remains are exactly the same. It's not possible to make a difference, but building techniques between the square building and the church are completely different one from the other. The square building actually is built in a very, we could say, rough and quick technique, and that they are using stones like a Chinese visión to build up in a very quick way that building. It seems that there is an installation, I don't know how to say, a settlement that is produced in a very short period. And that's why they have to build that way. And then they build the church. But apart from that difference in the building techniques, the materials associated with the pottery and the materials that we have shown are the same. That is the difficulty of making two faces with symmetry, one or too close to make it different.
Sí, incluso decimos que es ocurrencia, pero no poscredenticio, porque está muy bien hecho para ser una poscredenticio. Está hecho precipitadamente. I don't know. I don't know. One first question. Rapid complete. Yeah. It's impossible to answer this question. Made of familiar. Because en el estudio texto, creo que es el 586, hay un documento de contenido de ella que en uno de los cargados de que las comunidades que se constituyen como monasterios deben pasar la regla por la que se definen todos, porque se ve que aquello era que cada uno hacía lo que le daba. Por lo tanto, es muy posible que algunas comunidades al inicio sean comunidades, grupos de familias que se instalan en un lugar y dejan una regla básica, quizás por razones de las pensamientos de espiritualidad. Entonces,
there's no way to distinguish and then monastery at that time, even our monastery, even how we speak about monks, but we did not start it, but monks are none. But the point is that according to the norms of the councils, there were irregular foundations in which a family, a complete family, took part of the monastery's life. And this is the thing that is prohibited in Hispania, not only at the end of the 6th century, but even during the early medieval period. And I think, as Marta says, that they are searching not for an aesthetic life, but they are trying to colonize the territory and trying to get an economic source. This is something that remained in Spain, in Spanish territory, almost at the beginning of the 12th century. And the Agrarian Reform came and prohibited this familiar monastery.
Yes, not in Catalonia. In Catalonia, the monastic rules
Yeah, probably the
9th century.
period.
Yeah.
I think that we would like to add in this sense, coming back to the graves, is that for me the most outstanding feature of Santa Cecilia is not only that there is no necropole, but also that the church is not occupied by any grave, not only at the foundation moment, but also in the later phases.
The name. No, because I think that the monastic life finished 7th century. Then you're kind of question.
But I was trying to think while you were speaking. I think in the whole Iberian Peninsula we have maybe 4 or 5 churches without any grave at all. In the interior, I mean, not only the exterior, but and I don't know how that can be explained. And also because later on we have shown that there is, for example, a child grave, no, in the 11th century. If that function of the church has been, so if the church is not functioning as church anymore, why are they still taking, why, oh my God, why are the graves there? Do they know that's a monastery? Do they still see the church?
I don't say that the church don't function in earlier 11th century. I say that monastic life don't exist after 7th century. But the church, I think, that continued like like oratorium, isolated, but utilizado, used for shepherd, principal. Es un paso continuado de rebaños y pastores hasta así para subir al y por eso tenemos esta continuidad posterior. Y la iglesia, la parte de la cabecera de la iglesia, puede continuar con un pequeño oratorio, pequeña sacramentación, pero no se limita al solo posible, porque no hay nadie.
Do you need the translation of the position?
When we consider the vision, okay, it seems to be something for, could be something for learn.
No.
And the vision, I compare with the members of my own house, whether we have most of them. There are a lot of decisions and imprecisions because it's a very complex history. In Catalonia, in the 9th century, only was 3 female monasteries. Only 3. For in Barcelona, out in the city of the garden,
and in Septiembre report, fundated to the daughter of the Council of Barcelona, and one near the episcopal city of Ángeles. Only thing, I don't know what is the because in the monasteries of the Monaco, a lot. But only thing I don't know.
Thanks for doing this. It's quite
and also be relevant for explain first the general chronological characteristics of the monastery. We think that there are two sets of towns which were built along with the monastery, and then as we say, there are two sets of towns that are later and the place as well. The problem is that we have the stratigraphic relationship, but we don't have any dating element or methodological feature to specify if this structure are of the 10th and 11th. Because even when we did the excavation, we don't have materials associated, we have only the typology in the construction. And also because of the mortar, we think that that the fence and the dams are close to the linear period, but we are not able to date it. In that sense, also, Marisa, who is close to you, could explain much better as well. We have tried to undertake some studies relating hydrology and geology and how the water reservoirs, how long they can last before being out of use. But these analyses are very expensive. We haven't been able to do it still. Because, for example, in the dam first, when we say that the first use of the dam is full and they have to enlarge it, it would be very useful to know how long it took to be full the reservoir before they do the second phase. But since we have not been able to do this study that could be complementary to the archaeology we are developing, it's very daring to give a date of the also.
The dams are mortars.
And what?
The dams are mortar construction. Like a mortar.
Yeah, they have mortar.
We can date mortar.
Yes and no.
We have an
The
yeah. Are left for separate parent fractions. You can get big dates. It's not a very short run. You can still get dates. You can also.
Yeah, the things that you can make them off and sure, you need money and sure to do the ministers. I guess it's what you are saying. Our the thing is that we have done, so the mortar we have analyzed so far the composition, the problem of the mortars at the dams is that it's very difficult to have good samples because they are very aerobic and also they have been installed without any protection. So it is really very difficult to obtain good samples. I'm sure you can do it, but we have not been able to. And then also we have done not us, but when we studied our work there, we have developed different archaeometric analysis of the church, monastery, on samples of charcoal, timber, so and for this early medieval period, data are not so conclusive because at the end we are moving in a very narrow space of time. For example, we have thought as well of the second phase where there is an Islamic settlement, and there could be a chance that, for example, the second phase of the dance could be Islamic, or not, could be still used during the period of use of the monastery. So the thing is that we think they are close in time, but we are not able until now to be sure how close. But I accept your offer.
And if I may, there is another thing related to the relationship with the church. We can be sure that for the construction of the church, you need many resources, but we can respond if this productive area was donated at the time when the church was built, or it was organized after the church was built. In any case, if you want to build this kind of church, you need a lot of funds. And we don't know exactly who paid for this church, maybe even the Bishop of Toledo. There is a monumental grave inside the church that probably is related to the foundation. That I don't know, but it's probably a good question, many questions in relation between church and dance.
Pues puedo dar algunas localidades que se me ocurren. Yo no creo que las presas tengan por qué colmatarse o tener un final. Quizás dejan de ser útiles y se tienen que hacer de nuevo. Yo no lo creo. Son una estructura muy simple, que es con un mantenimiento mínimo, podemos utilizar mucho tiempo. Por lo tanto, no creo que la construcción de una responda a la organización de cosas anteriores. La pregunta clave es ¿por qué necesitan estas tantas, ¿no? Y parece que si hay un desarrollo de la ganadería muy grande, que también es que tienen cantidad de rebaños y necesitan mucha agua, pero tampoco tendría que ser quizá esta la razón, porque si la presa se va llenando, pues tiene una aportación de agua, no sé por qué necesitar tanta reserva, ¿no? Hay otra posibilidad, que es la de que responda a algún tipo de cultivo relacionado con el agua, tipo fibras vegetales, como el caño, el lino, o alguna de esas. Y esto se puede seguir con análisis de fórmulas. Es una posibilidad. Hay un estudio muy bonito hecho en un sitio que se llama Excavaciones, en el Monasterios de Huesca, de un lago,
After the dance could be actually within, and also if there could be another use of agriculture. As I told at the talk, at the beginning, that was the hypothesis, and also the what you have told me now, pollen analysis of I don't know how to translate the pollen, analysis of pollen were made, and they are published by Mr. Rillero 20 years ago. And they thought that there was an agriculture of humid picture. The thing is that, as I told them, especially Marisa, who is here with us, after reviewing the dams, there is a sequence. We would like to know more what you are asking us, why they are building new sets of dams after all the Sahara dam. But the things that they are doing at least in 2 moments, 2 sets of dams. Then the number 1, the one we excavated and the other one, they are huge. The walls are huge. We are speaking about walls of 4 meters, and the height maybe it was 10. So they are proper dams. I think that's too much for an agricultural function. And also, as I said, because it is very, for me, I cannot explain myself why the water, the reservoir of these 2 dams are out of the fence of the monastery. So it's not controlled by the fence of the monastery. And that makes sense. That makes sense if you use it for transhumant cattle which move around the area. Also, Merke, since the Roman period, we are at the cross of Roman networks, which are still in use in late antique period and also in Islamic period. So the monastery is not isolated. We could say that they have chosen a place to be a productive place and very well connected. Obviously, also what Fran told us that we are close to the main city, we are close to other monastery, which is La Mata, that in straight line, I think is 2 kilometers, so very, very close. And I think they choose to build there because they want it to be a productive space, apart from a monastery. You know. But also, for example, as regards what you said, this year also we are reviewing those analyses on pollen made 2 years ago. We are doing new analysis now, and also we are doing analysis at the domestic spaces, always trying to know much better if this function was more agriculture, more livestock, both together, or obviously there is agriculture because one have to eat. The thing is, if this agriculture is actually an economical function of the monastery.
Bueno, si yo puedo hablar, the adaptive complaints, there are no central buildings, they are very big, we have we use technology, it's not easy to build, it's a productive effort, but it's also big. This is the first thing that we need to understand, to understand anything. And the second one, how the function of the dams. I think there are not a unique function. There is as Marian has said, most mass system, the dam close to the river, but the water pass away. It's a reservoir for the sun. You can you have a lot of water in winter and don't water in summer. With difference, you have more or less the same kind of water on the well, it's not an agricultural complex. It is because there are not lands to engage with the land. There are not fish because there are not fish at the main excavation. There are not when we have published the data, there are no remains. We can think about mills, water mills, maybe. We can think ships. But it's not only ships. It's a lot of many things that you need the water and a principal need that is the final function of the dam. But it's the final function of the unique function. I don't know. And we are thinking about the but it's not the unique function, it's the principle. There are a lot of mechanisms, Esparto y Lino, las dos están asociadas a los análisis de polen aeromotos en el espacio de gas. Both of them need a lot of water. It's not, it's a good idea. Also, the vino, Esparto, also the transhumancy. I think that it's the need of the water for very many functions. At the end, you decide to build a complex of them. And the other things, esto lo digo en español, porque es más difícil, la tasa, aunque no hemos podido hacer estudios, la tasa de erosión de los arroyos es muy fuerte. The erosion rate, I don't know how to say it. Well, it's probably that the dams were formatted very fast. It could be the reason because we have five dams in a short period of time.
It's a very, very, very interesting issue. I want to see
Also, the top of the países central, the church was internally clustered into the five clusters, and it was separated with a stucco. And this stucco was fixed to the walls with the help of the Sparta, with the help of this very table that have to produce this arqueología. And when we made the project to the data anything that highlights that obviously the ones are automatic functional projects, but what was the main one that takes the effort to make such huge construction. The other thing is, apart from what we have said, the sequence, no? We have the initial chronology and we have a sequence, but we are not able to date the sequence. And that's what the previous plan was, what we have today, right? Is that we don't know any other examples but many, because other examples like Amparo, where we have dams as well, and probably other sites we have still studied. The data and material that makes this. We cannot compare. We don't have another reference that makes the reference use of, and nice, but it's very difficult to answer, to answer that many of the questions you have, we have them already, because the extension of the territories is huge. Always coming back to this problem of the property of the state. When we started to study the forests, to be the forest, the property of the monasteries, because you are in a nearby, and you are paying the stone, you are getting there, that you don't know. I don't know if from the archaeological point of view we will be able to know it. So all this question of the production studies, for me, lead to all these interrogants as well. So one is the property, and another one is the territory of the property. Also, I guess in your paper, but also, for example, when Paolo was giving his paper, one of the first things is always the property. Why are they building where they are living? Or these monasteries in Rome, where are they placed where they are placed? And I think that's the problem that we now, I want to think that we have started to go away from the church, to start understanding the surrounding, the monastery context, and later on the territory, but I think we have just started.
Una pregunta para Pablo.
Un momento.
Yeah. I actually wanted to focus, you made the point about the importance of having a landscape scale perspective in terms of classic sites in this period. But I wanted to take you back to the monumental core of Mount. And I'm right in thinking that what you're demonstrating through this new work is that the original interpretation of a very formalized complex with a church and cloisters around it is actually wrong. And that, you know, in a sense, that's based on preconceived ideas about what monasteries of this date ought to look like, based on particularly Eastern Mediterranean practice. Do you think that's one of the major implications that might emerge from your current work at this site?
I think the case of medieval also what Frank has tried to show at the beginning. The problem of medieval is that it has been the first medieval. I think the first also as a model of a monastery. And obviously in the 70s, I'm saying that now there's no anything. In the 40s, it was more difficult. So I think it's in what we say that at the end we are trying to discover in the medieval period models that come later. And also I do understand that when the Cavalier starts establishing and he finds these monastic rooms, also I don't know if you have realized that there are areas where there are pillars that seems to belong to a portico or an open area. Obviously your head goes to a cloister, no? Your head goes to reconstruct a regular structure. And as I try to show with the geophysical, many things are confirmed, other things not, but there is also a problem. When I say we have not found that, we have not found it because there was never there, or because in this year we have lost it. Because in the site there have been many places, they have been parking, people still working the agriculture, there are places where we cannot work. So Luis Caballero saw things that we are not able to see now. We wrote it, we have the description, we have the location, and now we have not been able to see them not only by our own eyes, but also by the physical technique. So I think that construction was the best thing it could be done at that moment, but obviously kind of view that at the end it was a starting moment that we need to sort out progress, and it's normal to inform someone. The thing also is that there is not a model. And Merkel shows very well that until now it has all these singularities, and maybe all these singularities exist because our knowledge is still very small.
If I may to, you have to take into account that when Caballero started to investigate the place, the only reference that he used was Chalenko and Dantos, the translation. And when he found an open area with these pictures, the only way to call was coastal, but always yeah, it became better. The thing is that Merkel was exposed in that first investigation as a model for the rest of the monasteries in the Iberian Peninsula. So you can find fantastic recreations about these monasteries, but I'm sure that they were unique inside them. I mean, San Pedro de la Mata, which is very close to Merke, probably depends on the topography of the place, or even the number of monks was completely different. The only thing that we have in common is the church, and it is the place that the monks occupied inside the church. And this is a very good point to start in the researching of the monasteries, because you can try to find the ways where the monks came to inside the church, and this is the place that you must investigate. We are now digging this part of the monastery because we can dig so that it was the cloister area, and yeah, the church itself is the kind of distribution building. I mean, there are many people inside, not only monks, but wives, the servants working for the monastery, and they occupy the part of the church. But there are parts of the church that was close to the community. And the main entrances to these parts are the clue that we must follow to investigate the monastery. This monastery and the rest of them. But yes, your reflection is perfect.
Sí, mi pregunta era para Pablo. Me ha parecido entender que decías que las monjas, las monjas, podían vivir en su casa.
Sí.
Y formar parte a la vez de una comunidad. Entonces, la pregunta era, ¿serían como lo que conocemos como devotas o novedosas o beguinas más tarde? Porque estas comunidades de mujeres santas que no viven juntas en el sitio es un tema muy interesante que tiene duración a lo largo de la Edad Media.
Sí, efectivamente.
Marta asked about the nature of this activity among the women, because we know from the different sources that they can live this aesthetic experience inside their own home. My question is, how can we identify this?
Los espacios de los monasterios. Entonces, respondo primero a la pregunta de Marta. Sí, efectivamente, ya desde que nace el monaquismo, voy a mezclar un poco, se me mezcla un poco con el italiano, ni el español. El monaquismo en Roma, efectivamente, nace primero como en la época de Marcela, Paula, Tokio, etc. más bien, digamos, como unas mujeres consagradas, sea viudas, sea vírgenes, etcétera, que vivían en sus casas, se reunían, se retiraban al agro romano, luego se van formando comunidades. Hay un artículo muy interesante de una historiadora de lengua francesa, Anne-Marie Helvetius. No recuerdo el título de este artículo, pero justamente donde explica que el término monje o monja se le aplica en la época, justamente antes de que la escolástica comience a tipificar un poco todo, sea a quienes vivían en comunidad, sea a quienes no vivían en comunidad, que vivían en sus propios domicilios. Justamente había leído exantimoniales mulieres et virgines. Entonces, no todas, naturalmente, las monjas son vírgenes, estas antimoniales mulieres pueden ser viudas, o mujeres que dejaron como un acuerdo el matrimonio para irse al monasterio, y las sacaron de sus monasterios y de Habitaculi Sum. Aparte hay otros testimonios de San Gregorio Magno, por eso puse con signo de interrogación, perdón, no hablé porque hay otros, aquí Santa María Mayor, hay unos textos en los diálogos de Gregorio Magno donde habla de pequeñas comunidades, de 3 incluso, las llama santimoniales, a veces anchiladae, que vivían en pequeñísimos grupos, no llegaban a armar monasterios. Y además de esto, el tema de las vírgenes consagradas o mujeres consagradas que vivían en sus propios domicilios, por ejemplo, las tías de Gregorio Magno, una de las cuales al final deja y se casa con el administrador de sus tierras, cuál es que Gregorio Magno, ahora tuvo una homilía, comentándose de esto. Ahora, ¿cómo identificar los espacios? Roma es muy particular, una época se comienza a despoblar la ciudad, sobre todo después de la entrada de Alarico. Según Petri, en Roma quedan entre 10.000 y 30.000 habitantes. Por los hechos de la época, incluso se ven las homilías de Gregorio Magno, se esperaba el fin del mundo, mucha gente se vuelca a la vida monástica. De hecho, ahí vimos el texto, 3.000, digamos, en la época, entre las que eran de Roma y las fuera de Roma, que entraban a causa de los novedosas, y ocupaban los lugares vacíos que quedaban en la ciudad, que eran muchísimos. Por eso no hay estructuras, no hay una tipología de monasterio. Es más, lo único que quedan son muy pequeños trati di mura. Decía Santa María Tempuli, que ni siquiera se sabe, son del VI siglo, y no se sabe siquiera si en esa época ya estaba instalado el monasterio allí. Y otro que sí, del octavo, noveno siglo, en San Gregorio Magno, pero es un muy pequeño sector de muros. Pero sí se ocupaban las casas, digamos, las domus. Incluso el texto de donación del registro epistolarum de Gregorio Magno por a las abadesas Flora y Bona del monasterio de las Termas Agripianas y de Calina Salva, justamente habla de domus. Son domus que ocupaban, sí.
there is the possibility that land is at their own homes, and also that they live and have the monastery. The problem is that materially it's impossible to create that difference, and not only that difference, but also that's what I think that I will show us the monasteries in general. Because also at the end of the 5th century, after the written accounts, it is known that there is a search for empty places to build up new monasteries, new religious areas, and that means that there is an increase of these foundations as well. But I think again that materially there are not any remains, and because of that, obviously, it's even more impossible to make a difference between houses or monasteries or domes, and the name disappears at the accounts. So,
No, y otra cuestión que desde el punto de vista arqueológico presenta un problema metodológico también es el de las inscripciones. Por las inscripciones no podemos saber, salvo que diga explícitamente el caso de una abadesa, por eso son importantes estas inscripciones de las abadesas, porque se trata de una comunidad organizada, es un monasterio. El caso de las inscripciones de Ancilla Dei, Virgo Sacra, es no se sabe si eran de comunidades o vivían en sus domicilios, pero cuando hay una buena concentración, hay una inscripción también de una abadesa en el sector, la fuente nos hablan de un monasterio y hay más posibilidad que las inscripciones que antes de una monja.
We can be sure there is a monastery, because otherwise these inscriptions could be as well in the houses of nuns, but not necessarily in a monastery. So only when there is an inscription of an abbot or a certain amount of inscriptions together of different agreements, we could think of a monastery. But again, the inscription does not necessarily mean the presence of a monastery. We have to finish because we have to lunch. Thank you for the discussion. We have 1 hour and a half to go for lunch. Follow Fran to go for lunch. Follow Fran. And do your best to be back at 1:15. But we go on to the lunch. Thank you. from the speakers will be back to the year. Will be not available.
Thank you. So first, thank you for this invitation to the Spanish School of Roma. Usually, we used to go in the French School of Roma, so it's something new and very interesting. Thank you for that. And I apologize for my very bad English. So if you have some questions, don't hesitate to interrupt me, and I will try to answer if I can't. My wife and colleague, Morena, she knows everything and she understands all. So I want to speak about our last research, archaeological research in this region of Franche-Comté. You can see that's on the slide. No, you can't. Okay. Okay, thank you. Of our last archaeological research in Franche-Comté, you can see on this map where is this region. So the region of Franche-Comté is more or less the old diocese of Besançon. The east of France is one part of the old Burgundy region, exactly here. This diocese of Besançon is considered like a laboratory of monastic experience between the 5th and the 10th century. Like why a laboratory experience? Because we have three very important types of foundation. First one was the foundation of the Father of Jura during the late antiquity, first years of the 5th century, one of the older monastery in France. I will show you a map later. Second one is a very important movement who was founded by Columbanus, an Irish monk who came in Gaul and founded some monastery in Gaul and Luxeuil. And after he went to Bobbio in Italy, where he did. And Columbanus is one of the more important monks during the early Middle Ages. And third, there's two Benedictine monasteries, Baume-les-Messieurs and Gigny, probably Merovingian monastery, but we know them since the Carolingian period. And Baume and Gigny, and you can see here, I will be back on them. Baume and Gigny was at the origin of Cluny Monastery, the foundation of Cluny. So this region is like an abstract synthèse, a resume, I don't know how to say, about monachism in Europa Occidental during the late antiquity and early Middle Ages. First, I want to start with this foundation by the Father of Jura. Three monks, famous, Romanus, Lupicinus, and Oyandus. And it's what historians call the Provençal-Oriental monasticism. So it means that these monks in the mountain of Jura was inspired by the monks of the desert in Egypt and in Palestine. We know this first foundation very well by the Vita Patrum Jurantium, who was written around 512 by a monk. We don't know his name. We call it anonymous. It's a monk from Condat. This hagiographic source is considered by the historian like one of the more important hagiographic vitae, hagiographic source, especially by this very big specialist of the hagiography literature, the Père Adalbert de Beaugueuil, who considers that the Vita Patrum Jurantium is the more important hagiography in Europe, because in this literature there's a lot of information about the first years of life for monks during the late antiquity. we speak about later antiquity. We consider that the monastery of the Father of Joie was founded around 435. Just some years later, they founded 3 more monasteries. Saint-Lupicin, the first name was Locone. It's close to Condat. Condat is the name of the first monastery. Now it's the city of Saint-Claude. So Condat, Saint-Claude. Locone, now it's a little village, Saint-Lupicin. Balma, it's a female monastery. And the last one is Romain-Motier in Switzerland. And we know this last one, Romain-Motier, by written sources by Grégoire de Tours, not by the anonymous. And the anonymous wrote that there was a lot of more monasteries, but we didn't know where they were. So you can see this monastery around Saint-Claude. So Saint-Claude is here, is in the mountain of Jura. And the other monasteries are very close, several kilometers. Just Romain-Motier is more far away, about 50 kilometers from Saint-Claude. Like I say, this monastery of the Father of Jura was between the first in France. Just before there was the monastery of MARTÍN, close to Tours and Poitiers, Marmoutier and Ligugé, and of course the monastery of Lérins, Saint-Honorat, and the monastery of Cassien in Marseille. It's for that this monastery, this Jurassian monastery, are so important in reason of their precocity. For Saint-Claude, what we can read about the foundation, you can see in his 35 years that, affected by the retreat of the desert, Romanus, penetrate in the forest of Jura close to his domain. You have a picture of the situation now, this little city of Saint-Claude. The monastery was here. Now it's a cathedral at the feet of the Jura mountains. On the other side of this mountain is Geneva and Switzerland. Very important than in the Vita Patrum Jurantium, several times the anonymous speak about the desert. Yes, of course, the desert is something very common. It's I don't know how to say in English. It's a topos, a geographical topos, a lieu commun. So the term who was employed is desertum, solitude, eremus, forest and mountain. And we asked ourselves, what was the reality of this desert? The first archaeological map show us that close to Saint-Claude, so Saint-Claude is here in this valley, close to Saint-Claude, so you have Saint-Lupicin and Locone. You can see it isn't so far away, less than 10 kilometers. And in a rayon perimeter of 1 day by foot, you have a lot of Roman settlement, occupation, probably a villa. But one is very important, is this one, Villarderia, because Villarderia is considered like one of the bigger Roman sanctuary in this region. The sanctuary for the Pagus of Sequani. There's 2 sites, 2 sanctuaries, the Low Sanctuary and the Up Sanctuary. The Low Sanctuary is how to say, it's a therapeutic sanctuary with this very big swimming pool. You can see the plan of the excavation. It's an old excavation now. The sanctuary was founded in the 1st century after Christ and was abandoned. We don't know exactly because it's like I say, it's an old excavation, but this sanctuary seems to be abandoned in the 3rd century. So it means there was a hiatus between the abandonment of the sanctuary and the foundation of Condat. At the same time, there's a tradition or a legend, we don't know how to say, who say that Romanus, before to go in Saint-Claude, established in the sanctuary of Villarderia. This monastery is, Roman sanctuary is very important in the landscape, in this monastic landscape. Close to this one, there's a second one. Here, excuse me. The second sanctuary around a lake. It's an artificial lake since the Roman time. And under this farm, there was a big Roman temple. Now the farm was built over the podium of the temple. You can see nowadays, you can see the Roman remains. And this sanctuary is about 6 kilometers from the second monastery of Lupicinus. So this monastery founded by the father of Jura, in fact, was very close to a very important Roman sanctuary. It's important to understand that because for a moment we have no relation, but it can be just a coincidence. Romanesque church of Saint-Lupicin, of course, Romanesque church, 11th century, but you can see that this church reuse antique column and reuse this type of opus reticulum, and probably the constructor of the church saw this type of construction on the Roman building. We can stay in Saint-Lupicin to see some archaeological data. In 2007, with Morana, we opened a little test trench, I don't know how to say, sondage, in the Romanesque church. We expect to find an older church because this one is Romanesque, and in fact we found a very interesting structure. You can see it here, and this structure you can see here was perturbed by an oven for bell. I don't know how to say it. And medieval oven for bell. But this structure, we made a C14 datation on the piece of wood was conserved on the bottom, and we can see a very high datation during antiquity. And we think now there's a lot of demonstration to do. I can't explain it; it's too long. But we think that it was the tomb of the abbot Lupicinus. Why? Because there was three tombs who was inside, like a Russian doll. First one was the sarcophages, the lead sarcophages. Second one was this wooden box. Then we find the remains here, and you can see the negative of this women box. And the third one was this masonry here. And in the 17th century, they discovered under the Romanesque altar, they discovered a confessio with relics, bones, 32 bones, the scroll, and this very famous endotaph. It's a little piece of metal with this inscription, "Hic Erectuistit Beatus Lupicinus Abbas." This altar is about 5 meters from, I can show you the plan. This altar was here, and now we know that this inscription, the datation of this inscription is around 1000. Everybody thinks before it was published like this, and it was a late antique inscription. We know now it's a medieval inscription, and probably they cut a piece of the lead sarcophages and they wrote this inscription in the moment when they transfer the relics of this abbot Lupicinus. It's the only one thing that we know about Saint-Lupicin for a moment. We project to open a large excavation one day around this tomb to understand and to know the context of this one. Could be one of the first tomb of an abbot in France. For the monastery of Condat, we know now, since my PhD, I made my PhD about this monastery, we have the plan for the medieval topography. It's about a topography around 1000. But this Romanesque topography came from the early antique and the paleo-monastic topography. Especially, there's two churches And these two churches, not this one, of course, not this one, of course, but these two churches was known since the late antiquity. Inside the big one, now it's a cathedral since the 18th century. The monastic church was transformed to a cathedral, and the monastery became a bishopric. Inside this church, you can see it's a Gothic and a modern church. Inside this monastic church, we opened a test ranch a long time ago, now in 1995. Just a sondage. So there's a very important stratigraphy, 2 meters and 80 centimeters, but especially we found 2 apses who was l'une au-dessus de l'autre, 2 apses like this. In stratigraphy, these apses are are between late antique and early Middle Ages. So it means it's probably the older church of the first church of the monastery. And under this apse, we found some remains of wooden construction. And this wooden construction, the datation is during the Roman period, between around 2nd century after Christ. So it means that this monastery of the father of Girard of Condat, who was founded in the desert, there was a Roman settlement occupation before. It's something important. We confirm this Roman occupation in one of the big excavations close to the cathedral, in the basement of a building with this hole, this fosse of extraction, and inside there was a lot of Roman ceramics. So now we are sure that there was Roman occupation before the foundation of the monastery in the 5th century. In the same excavation, you can see this wooden construction, one here, one second here, an angle. It's not so important, but it isn't, how to say, it is important. Why? Because this construction are older than the medieval period, older than this big corridor, and the datation is 1000, about pre-Romanesque construction. And this wooden construction could have been the first construction of the monastery. And we know by this literature of the Vita Patrum Jurantium, where he said the anonymous that the first hermit lived in individual huts, habitacula, and this construction was built of wood and has been for a long time. Wooden construction for the first monks. And always with the Vita Patrum Jurantium, like I said, is something very important. This literature, hagiographic literature, is very important. We can see the transformation between the first occupation in 435 until the end of the 5th century, and especially the transformation in the occasion of a big fire. It was during the abbatiate of the 3rd Abbot Eugenius. There was a big fire in the monastery, and at this moment they built a new monastery and they abandoned the individual cells, and they built a dormitory, they built a refectory. So in Condat, by the written literature, you have the proof of the transformation between Hermetic to Cenobitism way of life. There's a lot of more information, very important. The first vocable for the first church, monks from Condat came to Roma, took relics, go back to Condat, put these relics in a confessio under the altar. We know that there was a funerary church, Saint-Martin. We know that there was an hospitalia, hotellerie. We know that there was some mills along close to the river, etc., between the 5th to the 6th century. So the question now is, of course, we wait for a bigger excavation on these very primitive levels. So the question is the function of Condat, and we have an hypothesis. Now we know that it was a Roman, there was a Roman settlement. Why? they founded the monastery in this place. And it's possible to understand the reason of the foundation with the landscape view. And you can see the position of the first monastery. And in comparison with our antique colleague who works on antiquity, we can see that the Conda was on the Roman way who crossed the Jura. It's for that I call it a monastic station. We don't know, but there's a reason of the foundation in relation with a way to go on the other side of the mountain, direction of Geneva, and after in the direction of Italia. We know more. We have more information about one of the monasteries was Romainmôtier. Romainmôtier in Switzerland. Romainmôtier, there was a big excavation between 1971 to 2006 by the Peter Regenberger and his team, and they published the excavation there 2 years ago. Very beautiful publication, very interesting. So Romainmôtier, like I said, is probably Romainmôtier, monastery of Roman or of Romanus, is probably the foundation of Father of Jura. So this is a beautiful place with a very interesting monastic Romanesque church. You can see the area of excavation, very interesting but complex excavation, so that they spent 30 years to do it. And it's established different phases. Of course, we don't speak of the last phases, but for the first phases, like you can see on this plan, the first phases is a Roman establishment, a Roman rural establishment, probably in function of for workshop, for ceramics, for tiles. So they use argile, the clay. And the first monastery with the church during the 5th century reuse this older construction, this Roman construction. We can see well on this plan, it's a Roman construction, it's a colombage wooden construction, like the same that we saw in Conda, in Saint-Claude, a Roman construction with some hole for the extraction of the clay, and this Roman construction was reused in the first monastery. And at the same time, they built a new construction that you can see here, and they built the first church. You will understand better with this animation was made by Peter Egenberger and his team for a little museum close to Romainmôtier. These two constructions are Roman. The datation is between the 1st century after Christ to the 4th century after Christ, with different phases of restoration. And the first monks lived in this old Roman construction. So it means someone, the dominus of this establishment, of this little villa, the dominus gave to the monks his land to establish a monastery. This construction was the root of the monastery until these new phases during the 10th century. Romainmôtier is very interesting because interesting for the archaeological data, of course, you can see, but interesting for the history. It was a foundation from the Father of Jura. During the 7th century, there was a refoundation by the monks of Luxeuil, so the Irish influence. And in the 10th century, there was a third refoundation by Cluny and the Queen Adelaide. So Romainmôtier is like a synthesis of the story of the monasticism in our region. And Romainmôtier, like Saint-Claude, is very interesting to understand the site in the landscape, because you can see on this map that Romainmôtier is very close to a mean way between Besançon, so it means between Gaul, to Switzerland, and this way that we call the way of Italia. It's an antique way. We spoke this morning about this. You spoke Ángeles, about this monastery close to the road. Same for the Jura, where we imagine there's just 30 years ago, then the monastery was totally in the desert of the mountain and the forest. We know now there was a Roman settlement, very important, sanctuary, and the monastery are in connection with an antique way. It's about the same for one other family of monastery who was found during the late antiquity in the same region. Now we are at the feet of the Jura, in the Piedmont of Jura, and in the family of Saint-Lotin, Philèse, and Maximiacus, who was founded by a monk from Autun. His name is Lotin. So Lotin, we know about nothing about the monastery. There's just now the Romanesque church. You can believe it, but it's a Romanesque church. There's a Romanesque crypt and some sarcophages, Merovingian sarcophages, who was discovered during the 18th century when they built the Tower Bell. And this one is probably the sarcophages of Lotin. But the situation of Saint-Lotin is interesting. You can see on this aerial picture, the monastery is here, and close to the situation, there's a very big way, very big antique road, like for Romain Motier. Voilà. We are here, and it's a road between Lyon and Besançon. And all these antique ways are well known by the archaeological aerial picture and by some excavation. And at the same time, for Saint-Lotin, we have something more. We know now that Lotin is here, is in the center of very important salt basin. I don't know how to say it in English. In the earth of a salt-growing region. There was a 30 spring in Saint-Lotin. There was 30 Roman villa in Tourmont. There was a 30 agglomeration in Grozon between antiquity to Merovingian period. So for this monastery, who was founded during the late antiquity, we have some information. We have to think about the ancient monumental landscape, who was very present in the region at the moment of the foundation. You have to imagine that this sanctuary, this Roman sanctuary of Villarderia, was well preserved until the 17th century. We have some writing. Until the 17th century, people can see the elevation of the temple, can see the elevation of the swimming pool. So it means during the 5th century, the building was very, very present. It's possible that there was a hiatus of a few decades before the arrival of the first monks, but we are not sure for a moment. Condat, Locon, La Balme, this picture is a picture of the emplacement of the female monastery of La Balme. Condat, Locon, La Balme are near the main sanctuary of Sequani. Condat could have been a monastic station on the mountain passage at the foot of the Jura mountains. Romain Motier, same, monastic station close to the main Italian way from Langres to Besançon. Philèse, so Saint-Lotin, is a monastic station along the main antique road Lyon to Besançon, and a monastery in the earth of a salt basin. So now, if we change, we totally cross the diocese, the region, and we go this time at the feet, not to the Jura mountain, but at the feet of Vosges mountain for the Irish foundation of Columbanus. So Columbanus, I think everybody knows this monk, is very famous Irish. I look for Paddy, you know him very well. He came from Bangor, close to Belfast, and after a very big travel, he founded these three monasteries: Ángeles first, Luxeuil second, and Fontaine third. And after he was expulsed to the Gaul by the king and the bishop, and he founded the monastery of Bobbio in Italy, in the Apennines. We are in the last years of the 6th century. around 592, 93, 94. Luxeuil is famous for this foundation. It's famous for the legacy and the posterity of the monastery, who was at the origin of the foundation about 50 monasteries during the early Middle Ages period, 7th, 8th, 9th century, especially in the north of the Gaul and Belgium and south of Germany. We began a big research program. There's 50 years ago now about the condition of foundation. 15 years ago, no 15, 15 years ago, about on this Irish monasticism in Gaul, and especially about the question of the term and condition of the foundation of the monastery in Ángeles and Luxeuil at the end of the 6th century. Research between study of literature, the Vita of Colombani, and archaeological data. The question is why Colombanus came here and what he found at this moment. And one of the questions was to know the Irish influence in the organization of the monastery, between the myth and the reality of an Irish monastery in Gaul. So the first monastery was Ángeles. You can see the pictures of the area where we imagine that was the monastery of Ángeles. We know the first foundation by this Vita of Colombanus, who was wrote by Jonas de Bobbio in 640. Jonas didn't know Colombanus very often, so he wrote this Vita after discussion with old monks, etc., etc. And like for Saint Claude, like for Condat, but with some different terms, Jonas told us that Ángeles was a vast wilderness called the Vosges, and there was an ancient fort. So it was a desert, but before the desert, there was an ancient occupation with a military occupation with a fort. So the term is a castrum. So the question is, what's the reality of this castrum? What's the reality of this desert? There was some first excavation in 1958, where they found these Merovingian sarcophages and the remains of a church. We think at this moment it was a Romanesque church. It's for that, and everybody thinks knows, and Ángeles was on this place, and the Anagrates, the name in the Vita Colombanus, was on this place, and this place, the name is Ángeles. So of course it's the same. In 2014, we made a new excavation. We want to try to find the first church of Colombanus church, but we found the remains, very poor remains of a church. This one you can see an apse, a main apse, second apse. But this church is a Carolingian church. Datation are not sure, probably 9th century. But at the same time, we have some little indice. How do you say indice? Some little artifacts, for example, a stained glass pottery and a piece of floor, who came from an older church than this one. So it means there's one of the church in the environment of the Carolingian church, but we don't know exactly where. With our colleague from the University of Galway, Conor Newman, Emmett Maron, we made first geophysical survey with magnetometer and after with radar. The church is here. Our excavation was here. We made this excavation because we saw with the radar some structure. And we found a very big structure that you can see at the feet of this little hill in a field. And at this moment, we was very happy because we imagined that it could have been the castrum, this famous castrum, this famous fort that spoke Jonas de Bobbio. And we made an excavation with Emmett Maron here. And unfortunately, we constate you see 14 dictation and artifact, then it's just a castle, a medieval castle, a maison forte, I don't know how to say. Little castle between wooden and we was built with wood. So nothing to do with our subject. But in the same time, you can see on this field some other structure. Here, for example, this one, especially on this field close to the church, less than 50 meters. This one, and especially this one, then could be probably a Roman temple, what we call a phanom. In Gaul, it's a type of Roman temple, syncretism between Sept temple and Roman temple. Something like this. Of course, it isn't this one. It's just a restitution. But the geophysical map is very clear. So it means that the first monastery of Colbanus, somewhere in this field, is very close, perhaps inside this Roman enclosure, this Roman sanctuary with the temple here. Unfortunately, the farmer was the owner of this field, don't like so much archaeology, so we can, for a moment, we can dig. Close to Ángeles, you can see the sarcophages. Close to Ángeles, there's one of the hills here, Saint-Martin. Saint-Martin is very, very close. Martin is an old vocable. And in Martin, during the 18th century, they found a lot of Romanesque artifacts, tiles, ceramic, and sculpture, especially this little statue. It's a statue of the goddess Diana. And we made some excavation in Saint-Martin, and especially pits, where we found an occupation with a wooden pole or wooden stick, and the coins and ceramic is clear. It's a late antique occupation. You can see the coins and the ceramics. And at this moment, we think that perhaps this famous fort castrum that spoke Jonas de Bobbio wasn't here, but close on this mountain. And like for the other side, we have one of the view, landscape view. There's two sides. One is a monastery somewhere here with somewhere, I don't know exactly where, with the Roman temple, the Carolingian monastic Carolingian church, which means the monastery is closed. Same, we don't know exactly where. And close to the monastery, there was this castrum. Perhaps there was, before the castrum, there was a sanctuary for the goddess Diana. And the site is close to one of the antique way who cross on this, especially here, who cross in direction of on the other side of the Vosges mountain in the valley of Moselle. So it's like a highway for the antique and early Middle Ages period. So it isn't a coincidence if the monastery was there. So for a moment, where the Colbanus monastery, at the site of the lower Roman temple, so it means here, the church is here. In this large enclosure near the Roman temple, you can see it's very strange, especially for when we know the Irish monastery. But same, the owner don't want and will do nothing in this field. Or the monastery was on the Mont Saint-Martin here. The first monastery of Colbanus is somewhere in this area. It's too long? 5 minutes? Voilà. Ah, ça va être difficile. So, excavation of Luxeuil. So now, Luxeuil is about 15 kilometers from Ángeles. It's the same question, desert, an ancient fort, ancient Roman bath. We know that by the Vita of Colbanus. And in Luxeuil, we opened a big excavation in this square, in this place, in the center of the city, You can see the modern monastery here. You can see the monastic church here. I will do quickly. So big excavation between 2005 until 2015. In the same time, I make a little publicity, advertising, because this excavation now we built a museum over the remains, the Museum of l'Ecclesia. If you want to visit it one day. So what we find? We find that Luxeuil was an antique agglomeration, antique city. We know that before. But we found under the church of Saint-Martin, we found different phases of domestic construction. We found that more interesting. Everybody thinks before that the city was abandoned during the 4th century. In the 4th century, there was in the same place a first necropole. In this century, there was a mausoleum. You can see the construction. After this mausoleum was integrated in an early Christian church. The datation of this Christian church is between the middle of the 5th to the middle of the 6th century. So it means the early funerary Christian church was built before the foundation of the monastery. And it's something very important. It means that when Columbanus arrived, there was a first Christian community. When he arrived, this church, who was for the city, was transformed to a monastic church, a monastic funerary church. At this moment, they built what we call a crypt. You can see it here. And around this crypt was installed a necropole, a cemetery of sarcophages that you can see here, sarcophages for the first monks of Luxeuil. You can see the crypt, the remains of the crypt with a restitution. I go very fast now, with some hypotheses for the emplacement of the sarcophages of the abbot Albert after Columbanus, here or here. One of the restitution of this monastery, of these sarcophages. And we know that it was the sarcophages of the monks because we made some anthropological study. And some cover, there was an inscription of some name for these monks. We are in the 7th century, in the century of the first monks of Luxeuil. Perhaps some of them known Columbanus. One of the type of restitution of this funerary church with the sarcophages. And so the topography of Luxeuil is very interesting because this funerary church, who was the early Christian funerary church before the foundation of Luxeuil, between 5th to 6th century, we discovered a second early Christian church close to Saint-Martin, Our Lady, this one. And there's one of the church, the monastic church, Saint-Pierre. And in fact, now we know that the early monastic topography of Columbanus Monastery was a secular topography. It was a religious ecclesiastic complex for a presbyter or for perhaps a bishop. We don't know exactly. And Columbanus arrived, founded in monastery in this place. Why in this place? Because Luxeuil is just to the border between these three kingdoms, Burgundy, Austrasie, and Alemanni. And we know by Jonas de Bobbio and Columbanus have a very important relation with the king, with the bishop, with the pope. And probably Luxeuil is a political foundation to install political control for this territory on the marge, on the border of the kingdom. And why he founded an agrate before? Because he waited for the authorization of the king and the bishop who was in Luxeuil to establish in this city. And so it's a type of strategy of implementation that we know in Bretagne, for example, where the monks founded the monastery on the little island and they wait to have authorization to go on the continent. I think it's about the same thing. And now we will finish conclude very fast with the third 5. So the monastery of Baume-les-Messieurs, I don't want to speak about Ginny. So Baume-les-Messieurs is one of the monasteries who came the first about Vernon with 6 months, six months from Baume-les-Messieurs, 6 months from Gigny. You can see on this map they're very close. And in 910, 909 or 10, Vernon and these 12 monks founded the big monastery of Cluny. The origin of Cluny is this Jurassian monastery. In 2012, we have the opportunity to make an excavation in the church. You can see it isn't so big, but very interesting, because we know now that the foundation is a Merovingian foundation with different phases since the 7th century. And especially in this excavation, we found more than 1,500 pieces of stained glasses, Carolingian stained glasses, datation at the end of the 8th century. These stained glasses was in the old dépotoir. It means there was a very important and very rich monastic church before the Romanesque church. And this one is the Romanesque church. This one. And more important, more interesting, not more important, but perhaps more interesting, all of this construction, this one, for these 5 phases between the 8th century until the 10th century, this construction was a kitchen. We know that because we found more than 3,000 bones of animals. And this kitchen, we don't understand at first why we found a kitchen under the church. And now we think that this kitchen could have been the kitchen, not the kitchen of the monastery, but the kitchen of the infirmary, or kitchen of, in French, noviciate, like you can see on this plan. So it means that perhaps we have about the same type of organization than in the famous monastery of Saint-Gall. And it's the roots of the claustral organization during the Carolingian period. The church with beautiful stained glasses is probably under the Romanesque nave, and on the east, like in Saint-Gall, on the east of the monastic church, we have this domestic construction. So it's for that, and we think that Baume-les-Messieurs could have been one relay, one station between the topography, the Carolingian topography of Saint-Gall in Switzerland, with the Romanesque topography of Cluny in Bourgogne, and in the center of these 2 big monasteries, there's Baume-les-Messieurs. Baume-les-Messieurs is an articulation to understand the development of the claustral organization. And during the Romanesque period, the kitchen was destroyed because they need more space to build this very, very big Romanesque church. We are in the first half of the 11th century. Sorry to be late. Thank you very much.
Quasi dopo. Come fai ad andare avanti? Veloce? Volevo fare vedere una pagina. Fantastico. Sì. Questo è un PowerPoint. Creo que debe andar un poquito. I'm speaking Italian, but don't worry because I have a weekend on the phone in English. I think that it's better to read good English than listen bad English. So, il progetto della nostra relazione è Monasterios altomedievales, uno dei bei complessi monumentali della Toscana, un posto veramente molto bello, che si trova in un paesaggio molto suggestivo, che è al centro della Toscana, in provincia di Siena, vicino al Montalcino, da dopo, ed è appunto all'interno di un paesaggio nella valle del Finiscaccia. Si trova in un piccolo allanamento sovrastato dall'abitato di Castelnuovo della Base, l'originario castello di impianto basso medievale, che fu fondato dallo stesso cenobite. Questo monastero è stato al centro di una serie di studi che sono anche recenti, svolti negli ultimi 15 anni, hanno aggiornato degli studi precedenti, ma sempre incentrati sulla storia, soprattutto architettonica, della grande chiesa monastica, che, come dirò in seguito, fu costruita nel XII secolo. Dopo, grazie. Ecco, riguardo invece alla sua storia altomedievale, uno dei problemi più importanti per questo monastero è stata la perdita quasi totale del suo archivio e la dispersione di molte fonti archivistiche. Questo quindi ha avuto come conseguenza un minor numero di studi proprio sul periodo altomedievale e sull'aspetto di questa abbazia come abbazia imperiale. È una delle meno conosciute in Toscana come tale. Di conseguenza, diciamo, il rango internazionale di questa abbazia, pur essendo assolutamente riconosciuto dai suoi principali studiosi, uno di questi è Ilan Kurz, ma anche da altri ricercatori, è sempre rimasto un po' sotto traccia, no? Rispetto ad esempio a un monastero molto vicino a Sant'Antico, San Salvatore del Montagnata. E anche gli scavi effettuati ormai 15 anni fa al suo interno, soprattutto nell'area del chiostro, non sono stati in grado, diciamo, di colmare questa carenza di documentazione scritta, come invece è avvenuto per altri monasteri. Ora, i pochi pilani, diciamo, che si aprono sulla sua storia sono però, diciamo, ci rimandano ad una storia importante, pochi spirali desumibili dalle fonti documentali. Ora, riguardo alle fasi più antiche, secondo gli estensori del diploma di re Berengario II del 952, a favore dell'abbazia, Sant'Antimo sarebbe stato fondato entro la metà dell'VIII secolo, dall'abate Taone Ottavo. Quindi questo monastero secondo anche importanti studiosi come lo Schneider, sarebbe sorto in età longobarda e si sarebbe legato alla presenza di una fonte di acque curative. Un elemento a favore di questa posizione fu anche la sua vicinanza a viabilità importanti come sicuramente la via Francigena. Ed era anche possibile, come accade che molti monasteri, l'abbiamo appena visto, anche per il caso poco presentato, che questo complesso insistesse su preesistenze di età romana. Sono state ipotizzate in precedenti studi, mai verificate bene archeologicamente, ma come vedremo ci sono degli usi importanti. Il diploma dell'imperatore Enrico III, emanato nel 1051, riporta la notizia che il monastero sarebbe invece stato fondato direttamente da Carlo Magno. Sebbene la tendenza degli studiosi delle fonti documentarie è che questa notizia sia più da riferirsi alla costruzione forse di una nuova chiesa, sicuramente alla riorganizzazione della comunità monastica che già esisteva nella fase precedente, nel VIII secolo. Ok. Al di là appunto delle varie ipotesi, la formazione dell'abbazia si colloca molto bene nel contesto storico generale di questo territorio. Ci sono delle testimonianze epigrafiche importanti, anche altomedievali, legate a questo monastero, con delle caratteristiche paleografiche eterogenee, tanto che anche di recente si è presupposto che il monastero fosse un centro scrittoreo di rilievo regionale. E possiamo percepire l'importanza del monastero anche andando a contare il suo patrimonio. Molto probabilmente che già derivava da donazioni di terre fiscali, imperiali, reali. Una di queste donazioni, quella più conosciuta a Sant'Antimo, si fa risalire all'814 a Ludovico il Figo. In realtà si tratta di un documento interpolato, scritto probabilmente nel corso del X secolo, quando al monastero appartenevano due porti, una vicina al monastero in questo territorio e la seconda dove c'è il cerchio, no, la prima, dove c'è questo cerchio, non c'è una curva, eccolo qua, e corrisponde a una corte importante sull'originario lago Prile, vicino al Grosseto, dove c'erano delle saline, quindi una risorsa di grande rilevanza. Sono i dati disponibili dal dotario di Ugo di Arl del 937 a favore di Deste della figlia Adelaide, che confermano la ricchezza di questa abbazia. Questa corte fu donata da Adelaide e si dice che a quel tempo aveva un numero alto di mansi, 1000 mansi. Ora, anche se 1000 è un numero probabilmente indicativo, e quanti poi realmente potevano essere 998 o 950, però questo numero è il doppio di quello dell'abbazia di San Salvatore Montagnata, molto più conosciuta, che è un patrimonio paragonabile, ad esempio, solo a un altro grande monastero regio, che è il tasso per le fasi altomedievali, che è quello di San Salvatore di Sesto, vicino a Pisa. Il patrimonio poi continuò a crescere, ci sono altre donazioni di Berengario II, di Alberto, tutte e tre gli ottoni, primo, secondo, terzo, fecero delle donazioni a Sant'Antimo. E è in questa fase, quindi siamo nel X secolo, seconda metà del X secolo, che questa abbazia ha sicuramente dei rapporti con l'abbazia di Reichenau, i famosi libri di fratellanza. Questa serie di donazioni e sicuramente questa favorevole situazione politica consentirono di, diciamo, creare e rafforzare dei blocchi patrimoniali intorno a questo monastero, verso Siena, Chiusi, la costa, e nel XII secolo, quando l'abbazia ricevette ulteriori donazioni, in particolare da quelli che i nostri colleghi storici chiamano i conti di Siena, 16 castelli e 9 porti si dislocavano tra le diocesi di Lucca, Pisa, Puglia, Valle dell'Ombrone, Val di Chiana, e nel Basso Medioevo, per capire l'entità del patrimonio, a Sant'Antimo si collegavano 65 enti religiosi, distribuiti in 11 diocesi, con chiese nelle maggiori città toscane, lungo le principali viabilità che collegavano gli Appennini, i vari Appennini, nonché verso Roma. Ora, la diversa scala della storia di questo monastero si riflette anche nel suo destino durante i secoli centrali del Medioevo. Diciamo che l'indebolimento dei poteri centrali regi nel corso soprattutto della seconda metà del XI secolo, in concomitanza anche con la lotta per le investiture, non comportò per questo monastero un cambio di rotta in quanto monastero vecchio. A ben pensarci, Sant'Antimo è una delle poche abbazie tra quelle imperiali a conoscere un'ulteriore fioritura nel corso del XII secolo. Ad esempio, questo non succede a San Salvatore al Montagnata, che pensiamo anche Tarfa, Composta, di Tatto, sono tutti diciamo, complessi monastici che hanno grandi costruzioni del X e XI e meno ricostruzioni. Invece Sant'Antimo tra il 1120 e il 1150 fu completamente ricostruita la chiesa in queste forme che vediamo sontuose, che tra l'altro rimandano ad una chiara matrice francese, con anche un riconoscimento, diciamo, al carattere autoctono delle maestranze. E proprio l'entità di questo progetto, che in origine forse era finalizzata a trasformare questa chiesa in un centro di pellegrinaggio europeo, non andò così, proprio così, comportò però la quasi totale distruzione delle chiese preesistenti. Quindi, se vogliamo cercare di ricostruire che cosa avvenne in questo monastero tra il X e l'XI secolo, senza avere uno scalo archeologico, o prima speriamo in uno scalo archeologico, sarebbe questa la nostra intenzione, bisogna ragionare sul numero non ampio di indizi materiali che vi descriveremo molto in sintesi. Perché sono pochi ma complicati, quindi cercherò di renderli più semplici possibili. Nei precedenti studi di storia dell'architettura e anche di archeologia dell'architettura, perché ci sono alcune cose dove viene fatta una lettura stratigrafica di massima della chiesa di 12, diciamo che si è considerato solo in minima parte l'intero complesso architettonico, cioè come dicevo prima si è concentrato molto sulla chiesa. E quindi non si è preso in considerazione, oltre alla chiesa, la cosiddetta sala capitolare, che è la struttura accanto alla chiesa, e il corpo di fabbrica posto ad ovest. Strutture che vanno a delimitare l'originario spazio occupato dal chiostro. Ora, purtroppo il corpo di fabbrica ad ovest, per successivi restauri e ricostruzioni e intonaci, non è stratigraficamente leggibile, però si possono trarre delle informazioni dal prospetto della sala capitolare, soprattutto mettendo in relazione stratigraficamente le sequenze evidenze del transetto destro della chiesa, che oggi è occupato dalla sagrestia. Ora, questo è quello che abbiamo fatto in occasione dei nostri lavori. Diciamo che la nostra intenzione preliminare possibile a quanto stiamo, durante anche seminari interni all'insegnamento dell'archeologia dell'architettura, c'è una tesi magistrale in corso di laurea, e questi dati, siamo così accorti, hanno acquisito un peso, cioè non sono isolati, non vanno letti isolati, perché devono essere comparati con molte altre passate ricerche di archeologia dell'architettura. Questo è un territorio molto studiato, quindi ora io non vi faccio la sintesi di tutto quello che abbiamo letto in questo territorio, però abbiamo diciamo tutta una serie di informazioni importanti che sono aumentate anche in concomitanza di un progetto sia Advanced che si è concluso lo scorso anno, durato 5 anni. Quindi vediamo. Partiamo diciamo, dall'analisi delle evidenze naturali e partiamo dall'analisi della Chiesa. Ora, delle persistenze erano già state segnalate in passato, naturalmente, delle persistenze della Chiesa di 12, e tutto diciamo, si concentra nel transetto destro della Chiesa di XII. Le possibili persistenze sono l'abside, come lo vediamo in foto, e la cripta sotto l'attuale sagrestia, una cripta a pianta quadrata con due absidi contrapposte. Ambedue le architetture in passato sono state sempre datate all'età carolingia. Se voi visitate oggi l'abbazia, tutte le guide turistiche parlano della cripta carolingia, parlano della chiesa carolingia. È ormai diciamo impossibile denominarli diversamente. Vi sono ecco però delle diciamo posizioni diverse assunte da storici dell'architettura negli ultimi anni, e che sono quelle che voi vedete, delle nuove proposte di datazione. C'è anche riferimento bibliografico di chi le ha proposte. In estrema sintesi, il sistema abside, cripta e eventualmente le architetture, la loro cronologia si gioca in un arco di tempo ristretto, dal 970 del X secolo, e questo è diciamo, sostenuto su indizi diciamo, di riusi architettonici, scultori e anche di epigrafi riferiti a questo periodo che si trovano all'interno della chiesa di 12, un primo quarto undicesimo, in base a confronti storico-architettonici, e fine decimo inizio undicesimo. In tutti i casi l'abside e la cripta è un po' complesso, ma cerco di essere diciamo più chiaro possibile. Sarebbero stati contemporanei, abside e cripta, e appartenenti alla chiesa sicuramente precedente il 12. Ora però vi sono posizioni diverse sull'originale assetto della cripta. Qui lo vedete sintetizzato. Per qualche studioso, la piccola cripta di oggi sarebbe parte di una cripta molto più ampia che si estendeva lungo il presbiterio, e in questo modo quello che oggi si chiama la sagrestia, il transetto destro, è stato diciamo anche l'originario transetto destro della chiesa più antica. L'altra ipotesi è che l'ambiente sotterraneo, la cripta, sarebbe parte sì di una cripta più ampia, però diciamo i suoi resti corrisponderebbero alla parte centrale, sostanzialmente. Nei precedenti studi non si è prestata molta attenzione, per esempio, all'analisi archeologica delle tecniche murarie di tutto il complesso architettonico, e riguardo per esempio alle relazioni stratigrafiche tra chiesa e sala capitolare, con l'unico corpo di fabbrica ben indagabile, è ipotizzato in corrispondenza di una sorta di angolo, una sorta di corridoio divisorio tra la chiesa più antica la sala capitolare. Quindi, come prima nostra operazione abbiamo eseguito il rilievo del transetto, perché in realtà questa chiesa è anche molto rilevata. C'è un rilievo bellissimo, lo scanner tridimensionale, uno dei primi, però si limita solo alla chiesa di 12. Non ci sono altre cose. Quindi abbiamo fatto un rilievo, si è fatta la lettura stratigrafica e senza entrare in estremo dettaglio, diciamo gli aspetti più importanti da sottolineare quali sono. Riguardo all'abside esterna si è verificata una generale omogeneità stratigrafica, un'unica fase. Anche dell'organo dei mattoni, quello basso, diciamo, era sempre ritenuto successivo. Riguardo alla facciata della sagrestia, si è verificata un'altra cosa importante, cioè l'ingresso alla cripta è in fase con le murature della cripta e quindi l'ingresso e cripta sono costruiti insieme. La porta d'ingresso, la porta a sua volta si lega ed è contemporanea delle parti della muratura che voi vedete indicate in rosso, pianta di fase, è un prospetto di fase su cui poi sono evidenti, il resto sono tanti rifacimenti, le grandi aperture sono successive, eccetera, eccetera. E tra l'altro parti dell'originale muratura si trovano anche nell'angolo opposto, dove c'è quella linea rossa, e dove la navata della chiesa di 12 si appoggia in maniera assolutamente inequivocabile. Quindi questo dimostra l'anteriorità. Quindi questi dati intanto confermano che l'attuale sagrestia corrispondeva al transetto destro della chiesa più antica, come si deduce che era anche più alto. In una foto storica, quando questa chiesa era trasformata in ricovero per animali, eccetera, vedete che il tetto era diverso, era anche più alto. Quindi quello era l'originale transetto. E questo transetto si affacciava sul chiostro e quella porta era l'entrata dal chiostro per accedere direttamente alla cripta. La lettura invece del prospetto della sala capitolare porta ad ipotizzare che i conci allineati che vediamo corrispondessero allo stipite di una porta che doveva immettere nella stessa sala capitolare. Quindi, qui chiedo poi anche ai colleghi che hanno più presente di me, magari eventualmente confronti di ingressi da chiostro direttamente alla cripta e alla sala capitolare, perché l'apertura che metteva la cripta aveva la sua apertura speculare alla sala capitolare. In origine era provvista di un arco in pieno. Questo dato quindi che cosa ci prova? Ci prova l'uniformità progettuale della chiesa con gli ambienti, o perlomeno con quell'ambiente del chiostro, e ci prova l'uso della pietra. Vedete che poi, oltre, diciamo, la porta metteva dopo in un ambiente a cui dava luce tramite un sistema di tripode, ne restano solo quelle, il resto diciamo, sono tagliate, anche perché ci sono poi rifacimenti successivi, e quindi su questo poi abbiamo bisogno di un'analisi di maggiore dettaglio, anche analisi deleganti che faremo in futuro. Quindi del complesso monumentale più antico, in sintesi, conserverebbero parte della cripta, parte del transetto destro e del suo abside esterno, parte del fabbricato contiguo, forse realmente corrispondente alla sala capitolare originale. Ora, il problema è quale può essere la cronologia, e la cronologia ci rimanda, diciamo, al portato storico di queste evidenze materiali. Ora, l'analisi delle tecniche murarie ci può aiutare a collegarla a una delle tre diverse ma vicine cronologie ipotizzate negli ultimi anni, quelle che abbiamo visto tra 970 e primo quarto dell'undicesimo secolo. Ora, una tecnica murale caratterizzata dall'uso di bozze lavorate però in maniera più approssimativa, né se ne opera con una certa regolarità, caratterizza solo l'abside esterno della chiesa. Perché nelle altre parti delle architetture realizzate, sia facciata nel transetto che dà sul chiostro e nella sala capitolare, si vede solo l'impiego di pietre lavorate solo nelle angolate o negli stipiti del cortile, o nelle chiare del muro. Mentre nei muri costanti sono uso di pietre non lavorate anche nei simboli regolarmente. Poi nella cripta sono presenti quei grandi porci giustamente ipotizzati come utilizzo. Ora, la tecnica regolare è tipica di molti edifici religiosi e civili della Toscana che sono databili al corso del X secolo. È solo tra fine X e i primi decenni dell'XI che si comincia ad adottare una tecnica più regolare in questo territorio vicino a questo monastero. Ne sono un esempio la chiesa di Montieri, di cui stanno la tecnica, e la chiesa appunto della già citata abbazia di San Salvatore della Montagnata, che fu consacrata nel 1039. Ora, in base alle caratteristiche delle tecniche costruttive e delle datazioni sinora proposte, e non abbiamo, lo dico subito, il C14, il taglio carbonio delle mappe, così prevengo eventuali domande, lo faremo ma ancora non lo vediamo. L'architettura del nostro monastero, soprattutto le tecniche mirate di questo monastero, se datata agli anni 80 del X, è un esempio precoce di adozione più regolare del costruire in pietra, perlomeno nell'abside. Oppure, se datata al primo quarto dell'undicesimo secolo, un esempio di attardamento rispetto al territorio. Ora, noi sappiamo che l'adozione di una certa tecnica rispecchia le capacità di investimento, può avere un significato fortemente simbolico e, malgrado la scomparsa dell'archivio dei dati che vi ho esposto, è evidente che Sant'Antimo fu uno dei più importanti monasteri di quest'area della Toscana e questo è, come abbiamo già detto, testimoniato anche dagli investimenti di XII. La datazione proposta agli anni 80 del X secolo per la costruzione della chiesa, anche dell'edificio contiguo, potrebbe quindi essere il giusto contesto cronologico in cui inserire gli eventi costruttivi che si sono descritti. Ora, in un recente volume incentrato, diciamo, su un'analisi multidisciplinare di questo territorio, diciamo, l'assunto principale è sottolineare con forza l'entità delle azioni che furono operate in particolar modo da Ottone I, secondo, terzo, fino ad arrivare un po' al Ricco secondo, nel riorganizzare economicamente questa parte della Toscana, promuovendo soprattutto lo sfruttamento incisivo delle risorse naturali, grazie soprattutto al rafforzamento di una rete di insediamenti regi, di porti regi, di siti appartenenti alle più alte aristocrazie e grazie all'appoggio di più importanti monasteri. Questo è il più recente contesto storico, dove noi dobbiamo inserire un po' l'anonimato delle nostre tecniche militari. Sant'Antimo, se datiamo agli anni 70-80, Sant'Antimo fu sicuramente uno dei primi a essere interessato da queste operazioni di ridefinizione economica e politica di questo territorio. E questo spiegherebbe il rimando a modi di costruire che al tempo stesso fanno riferimento a un ambiente tecnico locale, nella tecnica irregolare, ma in contemporanea a un nuovo modo di utilizzare la lavorazione regolare della pietra, senza intonaco, per una rappresentazione più simbolica anche della comunità. Sappiamo bene che la lavorazione regolare della pietra, come sappiamo per la Spagna e per i vostri siti, ma anche per la Francia centrale, cioè è un tema sempre dibattuto, la cronologia. E c'è un momento di inizio che per altre aree nord europee è anche più precoce, anche in area, diciamo, germanica, nella zona della Sassonia, eccetera. Quindi potrebbe essere questo un caso di, diciamo, utilizzo forse per la prima volta, o una delle prime volte, per quanto ne sappiamo, in base ai dati materiali, di una maggiore regolarità. D'altra parte, fino a poco tempo fa, era l'idea di una datazione delle chiese a Pisa che corrispondevano a questo periodo, che sono state recentemente anche messe in discussione e ridiscusse in maniera molto chiara. Possiamo essere d'accordo, soprattutto con Antonino Meno, che ci ha lavorato ad una loro datazione posteriore nel corso dell'XI secolo. Quindi, concludendo, sono contenta, grazie, diciamo, ponendoci dei quesiti storici ben precisi, applicando sistematicamente l'archeologia dell'architettura, intanto si può forse confutare il mito, diciamo, della cripta carolingia, e anche riconoscere in queste poche architetture, ma comunque molto importanti, diciamo, una delle rare testimonianze di architettura di età ottoniana in area toscana, è collegata a sua volta a un programma di ridefinizione a tutto tondo, politica, economica, anche religiosa, promossa dai dottori. Perché proprio la Toscana? Noi sappiamo che i dottori ebbero con la Toscana un rapporto privilegiato. In questi decenni la Toscana e in particolare il marchese di Toscana, che si chiamava Ugo di Puscia, era in strettissimi rapporti, soprattutto poi con Ottone III. Sappiamo che la Toscana fu, con il suo marchese, un importante punto di appoggio in un programma molto ambizioso, soprattutto della dinastia ottoniana, che prevedeva di trasformare l'Italia, anche attraverso quelle politiche di espansione verso l'individuo, che poi fallirono, in uno dei termini del potere regio, arrivando addirittura con Ottone III e il suo programma di rinnovarsi l'imperio romanorum a ipotizzare il nuovo centro del potere imperiale su Roma e sull'Italia. Quindi stavo nella nostra analisi puntualizzando per ora in maniera preliminare delle fasi costruttive che sinora non erano state considerate mai nei precedenti studi, ha evidenziato, o perlomeno da ipotizzare, un'importante fase di età ottoniana e soprattutto cerca di dare maggiore spessore alla storia altomedievale di questo monastero che, come dicevamo prima, è rimasta sempre sotto traccia. Speriamo appunto che questi dati costituiscano le basi per indagini future, in particolare lo scavo archeologico, che sia l'unica possibilità che abbiamo per verificare la presenza di una navata, un'impresa che implica analisi archeometriche più di dettaglio, le datazioni delle mappe e quindi approfondire il nostro lavoro. E vi ringraziamo molto. Not more.
What way does that work then if you granted for this monastery church that has a pre-existing sort of pastoral function? Does that get retained or is it just
I'm not sure I understand.
I think he said that Victoria is a pre-existing church and that when our mass receives it becomes monastery. But do those other functions disappear then? Pastoral or possibly episcopal
Oh, yes. We have some tendency to speak more. The first church of Saint Martin was a funerary church for inhabitants of the antique agglomeration, was just outside the interior of the castle. Of course, like all the time. The second church, already close to Saint Martin, but inside the wall of the castle, was probably the church for the Visigothic or Eucharistic. For the third, for St. Peter, so the monastic church was the monastic church in the capital. We don't know if this one existed during the late antiquity, so they never did inside. The funerary church for the agglomeration became the funerary church for the monastery, and already became after a funerary church came for the monastery. In the moment of they built the crypt, the necropole was around this crypt, but they wasn't stored inside, and so a part of the monk was buried in our area. In the function of this early Christian complex before the monastery, we didn't know exactly the statute. How to say statute? Probably it was regular, not regular, secular function. Like I said, for presbyter, for deacon, or perhaps just negatively for bishop auxiliary. Why? Because the bishopric was in Besançon, the capital of the region, and it's about 10 kilometers. Now it's 110 kilometers, so it means it was about 3 days to travel. And we know that during the 5th century, there was a lot of Germanic excursion, Alemannic excursion, and there was a lot of problems with travel on this region. And it's possible that the bishop of Besançon, in one moment, wished to establish an auxiliary bishopric on the border of the diocese, on the border of the diocese, because it can't travel regularly. And when you read the Vital Commons, Jonathan Boggio spoke about a priest, now I forget his name. No, he spoke about a priest, and it's impossible to understand if this priest was before Commons or in the same time, or right in this Commons. But now we have this discussion with the historian of right and truth. Now we think that this period is with that. Now we think that this period was first, was before chronology. And the monastery conserve in which church we don't know, but probably the monastery conserve the parish function.
In a 6th century context. So they were probably in Ireland to protect the physical and the practice of the community.
Yeah, one of your slides, I've got the name of it, because you have so much archaeology. It was really breathtaking what we've been able to achieve in terms of, studying that micro-region. But one of your sites, you mentioned you didn't have access to the landowner. You thought it was possible very early for the foundation because of the morphology of the site. It has almost like a curvilinear enclosure. Do we know anything about that enclosure? I mean, is that very unusual to see an enclosure of that type in that landscape? Does it stand out as being odd and different? I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
So, it's a big problem. Before we began our archaeological research in Ángeles, the name of the site and Ángeles, for everybody, it was an evidence that there's a ritual enclosure where the church presents the one enclosure. It was an evidence in this enclosure was typically managed to we walk the what type of understand this enclosure. And the result this type of enclosure in this region was the result of geologic legacy. And because there was and also from the very easy to but is the main time in the same time. So now we know it's the geological formation. But it's the same time, it's not totally impossible that the geological formation was reused by this first month in the it's exactly the same one in my vision, the same time. So we don't know. For what we really don't know, the geophysical survey on the site of Ángeles show us very clearly that there's no ring, there's no wall, there's no ditch around, there's no mountain, there's no palisade, there's nothing, just geology. But we don't know for the second enclosure was bigger. And for this one, we can go because the owner of and we made the story.
Thank you so much. That's what I can on your speech. I have a question for Sebastian. I would like to move to the last part of this monastic laboratory in Europe. Region, and because In some sense, you have mentioned partially two of the most important discussions about the Hellenistic monasticism. And I would like to know your opinion based on the archaeological data. The first one is the origin of the cluster, the monastic cluster. And the second one is the application, the practical application of the plan of Santiago. You have used to identify this kitchen. What do you think of these two discussions?
It's a very important discussion, of course. The question of the origin of cluster. You show us what you see for minutes. How many days now? When we start to make this estimation in the third of the golden issue, before 2002, 2 years before, we played the ditch, the foundation, and we see and we found the remains of the church. So the investigation was to found the church before the Romanesque church. And for us, it was the big surprise to find a kitchen. So kitchen with both the kitchen with a time space and type of we found the stick, the oil for the stick on the table, like the board like it. And at this moment, the question was what we have the kitchen there, we are on the west of the church west, this church with the seminary, but no, and in the family plan, the kitchen will be on the south. For that, and we think about the plan of Canada, everybody knows when this one is the theory. But some time we have some application of the big application. So this was the first example that we use the economy. At the end, it's the reading of national and monastery. There are some released in Russia, but the one is two in Israel. Very big expansion there. And one of the things is we know about the example of the level, and although the one is what most and we know in the that alone was the leader of the Indonesian. Which means the woman in the 10th century there was another mistake. And in the 10th century they have kitchen, monastic kitchen, but not in the good place. So for that, the same and kitchen could have been kitchen for the Mastery, for the monastic. But we have to develop this hypothesis. One day, we have open investigation in the course. He says to see if there is a first process. In Gini, the monastery of Gini, so we can examine in Gini, my experience is because they started to work in Gini 30 years ago. And in Gini, we made a geological survey with the cluster and the advancement in the area of the cluster. So this is cluster being deployed, the scale, and we geological survey we saw the short cluster. And the question is found in the scheme populated some gauge.
But unfortunately, this occurred in the typical for monastery, so for the first century. So it may indeed be expected to have the first list of total references. But in both, we don't know from mind, and it's really example from because when what they want to say, on the board could be the intermediate between Senegal and Chile, between them, there are very long and photo, and this monumental landscape, the mountain landscape, when they respond to. And we know now, since the research of the way in Chile, because we made the first big excavation, and Chile was established only in Villa. Only in the village Villa. This villa was transformed and imagined from the same. Transformed to be just that's one way you are. It's the French expression. Au milieu du guet, you are in the center of the river. To cross the river,
now you know that there is this building with this auditorium place. And do you think are more buildings related to this auditorium presence in the Testament that have to be informed? And secondly, no, secondly, having since this discovery to say, open the door to see if there are other buildings related to this period that have not been identified. No? And the second thing is that since that there is this strange relationship between this new building technique, this after stone, you think it is related with the Albanian presence, or it is a way of doing already in the 11th century Italian? I don't know how to say it. If you think Ottonia is equal to Aslar stone or not.
For the first question, I don't remember that in Tuscany there is some clear architecture of in a context of it's possible.
I mean, the data 11th century. That's what you show us.
You have to think that it's very, very close to something. There is one talk about the church of Monasterios, the church of 6 architects, and is a church okay. And you can see in this church this type of construction. And here we have a water. Here we have a water we don't have in some countries, no? Very precious technology dated about the carbon to the hand of the first country and the first years of the land. They have to consider that in a ritual situation, when they began to construct this church, they put jewels, big jewels, one brooch, big brooch, like brooch that you can see in the imaging of the Victorian first, above all, second, and so it's clear that, for example, this church, the Monasteric church, is connected as related with above all, the Monasterium of Pushta and the Ángeles. Okay, and so it's near at the same time, not very close, not there is one royal part that we have seen last 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and now we can say that this is a part of the history above all for some resources, particular mines, iron, and so on. It is very close to the power of the community. And it's possible that we will know because this is a new,
It's a new way.
yes, it's a new way to see the thing because the historiography and for the history of Christianity always study the relationship between the aristocracy and not the policy of the king, the emperor, and the public power. So it's a different way to see, and in that way, if you put in the center of the historical narrative the public power and not the aristocracy, you can understand some particular things, some very strange things in the architecture, like that, for example. I don't know if I non so se ti ho risposto. Va bene, perfetto.
Posso fare una domanda che mi è arrivata con il
Sì,
è un fatto di mi è piaciuto questo lavoro e ricordavo la mia domanda è hai fatto il lavoro soltanto su questa parte del monastero o hai fatto anche gli edifici che sono spostati al sud? Hai fatto, avete trovato niente, la possibilità anche nella chiesa del Vicesimo secolo, le parti che possono avere non soltanto questa parte che sarà il grassetto alla destra.
No, rispondo in italiano lentamente, così comprendete tutto, il mondo comprende. Nella chiesa di Septiembre non si vede niente, non è visto assolutamente nulla di cose presenti. Semmai la cosa interessante di questo monastero è il 12, perché evidentemente è un grande investimento, ma solo della chiesa, perché le diverse cose sono ricostruite poi molto più tardi. Non c'è nient'altro di attiva lo Stato. La diagnostica prima, come abbiamo visto negli anni, accesi, che si presta molto bene, e poi un scavo di dato che forse può dare, ad esempio, la navata, perché è un po' trascurata, visto la ricetta un po', diciamo, una posizione diversa. Poi, naturalmente, come pensato prima, l'inglese è confuso, questa tecnica quindi si spiega solo con un confronto molto serrato con quanto c'è nel sud Toscana arriva fino a poco oltre il Rossino, arriva alla Gnata. Per esempio, la chiesa dell'abbazia della Gnata è consacrata nel 1039 e ha 12 e a quella chiesa lì partecipa e comunque ispira forse qualcosa anche un descritto tantissimo che è il descritto della che fa un uso nel verso dell'Italia, per esempio, è essenziale nel verso dell'Italia della essenzialmente mirata. Quindi in realtà c'è un filo rosso tra il bisognerebbe un po' di tesi di dottorato, e questa cosa che in Italia è ancora abbastanza poco conosciuta di verso derivano da anni, perché c'era una certezza sul adesso io inizio poi stando a questo questione dei machini interanoci, eccetera, eccetera, nel mondo, e quindi questa certezza non c'è più, non c'è un precedente. Qui si rientra un po' nel panorama e giudizio di tutta questa, tanto è vero che lo Stato grazie alla Miracolo è trovato prima dell'uomo dove c'è una tecnica che porta dall'uomo che vive soluzioni per esempio. È una via, diciamo, divertire a seguire. Diciamo questo.
Okay,
Siamo pronti, si va?
We have to say bye to the people who are there.